Ms. Bender around? Okay. We'll wait a few minutes. All right, I'd like to call this King George County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, November 19th at 5:35.
I'd like to call to order this meeting of the King George Service Authority Board of Directors.
Can we please stand for the invocation by Ms. Bender, and please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please, Lord, look over us all tonight. Please help us come together for Thanksgiving. We've had a tumultuous year and a tumultuous election season. Hopefully, everything will be on the positive and change will come and we can all get along for this holiday season. Amen.
Alrighty, I will now open public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so it can be properly included in the record. The first one that signed up is Reverend Davis.
Thank you, ma'am. Sherman Davis.
Can I just hold off 1 sec?
Excuse me?
1 sec. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
I thought you called my name. I'm sorry.
Seeing none, I did call your name, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Sherman Davis, Falcon District. And for you that were at school board meeting last night, I apologize to you. The same message. But anyway, we talked about, because we were talking about the invocation prayer. Last night we prepared a message for that occasion, and it seems like we're always in a battle. But I was in Daniel chapter number 3, where the Bible says that he commanded that the most mighty men, talking about King Nebuchadnezzar, that they would take the army, the men would take and cast Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego into the fire furnace. They were the mightiest men that he had, and the furnace was heated up 7 times, hotter than ever been heated before. The men taking and throwing them into the furnace, of course, burned up. You know the story. But Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that was their Babylonian names. They were Jewish captives in Babylon. But they refused to bow to the state government's God. And he wanted to bow down and worship his God, and they said, no, we're not going to bow. King Nebuchadnezzar, he kind of liked these 3 guys, so he said, I'll give you another chance. And they wouldn't budge. And so he said, well, if you won't budge, then I'll throw you in the fiery furnace. He threw them in the fiery furnace and found out they wouldn't burn. And so because they stood for the Lord, they stood for what was right, and they wouldn't forsake their God. And there's no such thing. You know, we talk about there's a group called Freedom from Religion who will put pressure on folks to stop praying. And there's no such thing as freedom from religion. Everybody has a religion. Everybody believes something. And so there's no such thing as freedom from religion. But Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were trying to be forced, or trying to force them to not to worship the God of the government. And so they would not bow down, and so they were cast in the fiery furnace. And then of course, they said for 30 days, King Darius told them that for 30 days, talking about Daniel in chapter number 6, that Daniel, you can't pray for 30 days. And so they said, well, they said, I've been praying for three times a day for all this time. I'll keep on praying. And those are going to stop you from wanting to pray. You can't pray in the schoolhouse. You can't pray in the White House. You can't pray in the courthouse. First thing you know, they can't tell you can't pray in the schoolhouse. And so I just want to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, to keep on doing what is right. It's always right to do right. Old Dr. Bob Jones from Bob Jones University say, do right until the stars fall. There's pressure put on you in this position you're in, not to do the right thing, but do what folks want you to do as far as the pressure. But God's given you faith, and God give you faith to go through storms, not to avoid storms. You're going to, you know what it means to be in a storm, right? And so that's why God give you faith. Keep trusting Him. And God, of course, Daniel was willing to be thrown in the lion's den. I'd rather go to jail than compromise. I mean, you can start a jail ministry to go to jail, but then go to jail than compromise the Word of God, compromise your convictions. Just be faithful to what God's called you to do, and no matter, He'll be with you. Whether it's in the lion's den or the fiery furnace or whatever trial you're going through, whatever pressure's put on you, and I know that you're doing a great job. I want to thank you for the job you're doing, by the way, and all those folks behind the scenes that's doing some things. You'll get here early, 4 o'clock, to set up for you out there. Listen, they're doing a great job. We appreciate them, and we appreciate you, and God bless you, and thank you again for what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Reverend Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern Next Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, not speaking in my capacity as EDA member. New hat, Doge ban. With the election of Donald Trump as the president-elect, preparations are underway to finally get federal spending under control. The planned mechanism is the Department of Government Efficiency, hence the hat. Now, you as a board have likewise pursued your own efficiency efforts in the last budget cycle. I've written about 2 specific large savings of $1.8 million on the financial software migration that was halted, and another couple $100,000 on the initial development work on Company 2 Fire Station that was approved at the last meeting. And there are plenty more. As we go into the budget planning session, there will be more challenges in the coming months. And so, my encouragement to you, and I bring that from others who I talk to, keep up the good work. Recognize that the status quo is what blinded us from efficiencies and savings in the past. And so now finding savings and efficiencies is a popular thing that no one no longer has to hide and feel embarrassed about. May God bless the King George Renaissance.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Level.
This is really high for me. Okay. Thank you. My name is Ana Maria Lobo, and I live in Presidential Lakes. Tonight, I want to thank you for your service in getting our tax bill to us on time. And thanks for getting the bank referendum on the new pre-K through 5 elementary school on the ballot. The vote was 57% and 43 against. I can't help feeling that a lot of these 57% voters were young people that are new to King George, who want to put our county deeper in debt. Well, that issue has been decided, but we must do something about it. The county is growing debt. I also want to talk about the data centers. In the past, Virginia has had a drought. What happens if we have one in the future? Who will have priority, industrial, such as these data centers, or the people of the county? Will we be on rationing so these data centers can continue to operate it, or will the people have priority with the water? I see from the freelancer stat that other counties such as Caroline County are concerned about these issues too. These data centers will use millions of gallons of water per day. We should have answers to these questions. Thank you, all of you.
Is that all you had, Ms. Level? Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Seeing none, is there anyone online? Alrighty. I will close public comment. Board of Supervisors consent agenda.
Mr. Collins, you forgot reports to members.
Oh boy, I'm on top of it today. Alrighty. We'll start out with Lee. Come down that way.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Appreciate everybody coming out. I have nothing for the group this morning, so I'll just keep it moving for us.
Alrighty, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Just, the thing that's really been on my mind lately, the past weekend, we all went out of town and to a basically a convention and met with all the other supervisors from other counties around, and just got to hear what a lot of concerns were, what people were talking about. One of the things that jumped out at me was when you start hearing supervisors from other counties talk about water like it's gold. Something that we really take for granted is water, and you brought it up tonight. I appreciate that. And how, there's companies in Virginia where they're using great drinking water to feed their paper mills, and feed their data centers and everything else that they're doing. At the same time, we're being told that the aquifers are low and counties all over are wanting to drop straws. Our neighbor wants to put a straw in the water and they want to pump 14 million gallons of water a day for human consumption, but we know it's not. We know what it's really for. I like to see, and I bring that up because what I'd like to see on a county level is us to bring up a discussion sitting around data centers and the restrictions that we put on data centers. It's not so much about having one here, but one thing I'd like to be written and just for them to know before they even try to come here is that I don't want one drop of water to be used to cool a data center in King George County. Not one. It's a waste. It's a waste. If they're going to use any type of water whatsoever, it's going to have to be from Purple Pipe or something like that. But anything pumped out of a river, pumped out of a creek, pumped out of a well, whatever it is, I want the answer to be no. I think it's something that they should be looking at on the state level. To be honest with you, is that it costs the data center about 15% more to build and to run without using water to cool it. With the billions and billions of dollars that they're making, they can afford the 15% because they're definitely not trying to give it to us. And I just really want to revisit the restrictions that we have at a future meeting on what we do with data centers. And I want it to be one of the stipulations that zero water is used for consumption. They will not dig wells. If they want water for their toilets and their bathrooms, they will pay a service authority bill just like everybody else. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. So, I'd like to also thank everybody and both the pastors, Pastor Davis for his remarks. And I don't think that anybody on this board has any problem with standing up to conflict, nor with prayer. Pastor Shaw, thank you again for bringing forward relevant issues and as well as the accomplishments of the board over the past year as we get ready to roll into a new year. And Ms. Anna Marie, as always, thank you for bringing up things in the water, which Mr. Davis just spoke about. So we're fortunate to have a county attorney who is highly knowledgeable in these things. And not only has he spoke before the board as a citizen here, he spoke as our county attorney, but also he spoke during the VACO conference and led a session on the water and the use of water out of the Rappahannock River and the impacts to the state. So we have somebody standing forward for us and fighting for those things, so we're very fortunate. But thank you for bringing it up. I agree with what Mr. Davis said regarding the water, and that's why we put forth the requirement to add a purple pipe that went from Hop Yard to the industrial area for the purpose of the data centers using that recycled water, which then we get paid versus we paying them via return tax dollars. We get paid for that water, and it also frees up more fresh water for us to use. So, but I hope we're headed down the right track. I believe we are, but there's still a long road ahead of us. And apart from another flood, water is going to remain a critical resource for us for some time to come. So, thank you. That's all I've got, sir. Oh, no, I do have one more thing. I'd like to nominate Mr. Tom Kramer to the Wetlands Board.
Second. Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sullins?
Thank you, sir. Pastor Davis, once again, thanks for coming out. I lost you. Thanks for coming out and sharing. I got to enjoy that message last night too at the school board meeting. Reverend Shaw, always colorful and fun and informative. So thank you for coming. This level, as always, I appreciate you coming out. Everybody else, thank y'all for coming too. My report for the week, I got a few meetings at the county office with the administrator and some other folks. Went to the EDA meeting this past week. It's good to see that we've got some smart folks there that are about the county's business, so I really appreciate that. And of course, Mr. Smolnick leading that is a really nice thing to see going on too. Like I said, I went to the school board meeting. They use about 55% of our budget, so yeah, I like to go and sit in from time to time, not in a speaking role or anything like that, just to understand what's going on and make sure that wise decisions are being made with your money. Enjoyed VACO, the Virginia Association of Counties, for a couple of interesting briefs while I was there. Didn't get to stay for the whole time. I got kind of sick and had to come home early. But one of them, I got to listen to a meeting or a presentation by Mr. Stewart on conservationism, and I really enjoyed that. That also dealt with some of the water issues. Heard another one on mental health in K through 12 schools. I thought that would be interesting since my son teaches in school. It was not what I thought it would be. It didn't have anything to do with health or mental health in the schools. In fact, it had very little to do with education in any way, shape, form, or fashion. It was adding a bunch of programs to school systems and how to get our federal government to pay for it. So that one was kind of a waste of my time, but at least it lets me see both ends of the spectrum, people that actually care about our country and our environment and people that are just out to make a buck. And then this past week, I also got to go to the Tea Party and exchange some ideas there, so that was kind of cool too. But that's about it for the week on this report. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Ms. Bender?
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for coming out and giving public comment and those watching online. First off, I would like to re-elect Mr. Brian Gregan, whose term expires on the EDA at the end of December.
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Chair votes aye. All righty.
Thank you. I attended VACO also. When I go to VACO, I go to a lot of I'm the geek and goes to all the breakout sessions. And I did get reelected to Region 7's Board of Directors, and I made a play for being the second vice president, which would have been an honor because King George has never had a president of the Virginia Association of County Officials. There were 5 strong candidates and only 12 votes, and I just missed out. But, there's always another year to try again. But it was a great experience. Didn't expect 50 people in the room watching you as they grilled you with questions, but it was a really good experience, and it made me think on my toes. I did enjoy Mr. Stewart's conversation. It was himself and I think it was USDA, correct, Mr. Stewart? Everybody had a question for Mr. Stewart, and the USDA guy was very knowledgeable, but a lot of people wanted to know about the water rights and data centers. That was a hot topic at the conference. Also, the hot topics was K through 12 funding, the JLARC study, and how do you get the legislator to try to implement and change the way the whole school funding formula is done. That was a big discussion, faith in housing for affordable housing and workforce housing, land use decisions, who controls them, the state or locality, microgrids, SMRs, which is small nuclear reactors for energy production, and water as always. The other thing at the VACO conference, I did attend for the whole year the VACO Certified Supervisors course. I took it, was recommended. It was a good refresher, and I learned things that I didn't know, you can't learn everything in office, but it was good to hear some refreshers. So I did graduate from that. And the other thing I wanted to mention, Mr. Davis has spoken about groundwater management and the importance, as Mr. Collins and I have said since September 5th of last year when the first vote on the rezoning of the AWS Birchwood property. It's the most important. That is why I reversed my vote on January 2nd to renegotiate the performance agreement, was the water rights and the ability for our citizens to have the water over X ones and zeros or, big conglomerate. But I wanted to mention that on December 16th, I'll be attending my second meeting of the Eastern Virginia Groundwater Management Advisory Committee. That's a long name. They always have those long names. So I'm sure it'll be a hot topic because I think it's December 8th, and Mr. Stewart, correct me, it's December 8th or 9th when the JLARC report comes out on data centers, correct? Yeah, so that'll be a big study, just like the one on education they did last year. They're doing it on data centers and water use and energy use. So you can check that online. I think it's on Virginia Town Hall when it gets published, or you can go, I'm not sure where else to go, but usually Virginia Town Hall has everything on that of studies that publish. So check that out. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. All righty, we'll close and reports to members of the board. So now we'll go to the consent agenda.
I make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion on any of the matters?
I do. I have one question.
Good, sir.
So the question is on the issuance of the warrant. That's 1110-0101 for the Capital Improvement Fund. And so there's two different amounts that I saw in that, and they were both going to branch builds. And I was just curious if either of those were paying for the things that we've discussed in previous meetings regarding the change orders.
Mr. Smollett?
Mr. Stroud, to answer your question is no. This is a pay up 25 for branch builds for the construction. This, excuse me, the Board of Supervisors has yet to approve the change orders. So that money does not go towards them. I will talk about that a little later on the agenda, but this does not go towards that.
That's what I was curious about. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Constitutional officers? Okay. Lucinda?
The vote, don't we have to do certified roll call vote? Because for...
Yeah,
Yep.
y'all
didn't.
All right, roll call. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman's aye. All right.
All right, we'll move along to the Board of Directors agenda. Mr. Mark Bowden is up first for Bowden Environmental Services with our monthly report.
Good evening, everyone. All right, so in typical fashion, we'll go through the water and wastewater monthly operations overview for the month of October. Next slide, please. So little occurred on the water side. There was a faulty capacitor on Circle 2 well that was replaced. We also found an air release valve on filter number 2 for the Fairview Beach water plant that was stuck open. King George Maintenance cleaned and restored the valve to normal functions. For the wastewater side, a lot of things going on, a lot of tanks drained and cleaned. Those tanks mostly include effluent tanks, post-aeration, re-aeration tanks, one at Dahlgren, Hop Yard. We cleaned those. We also cleaned some DO probes and calibrated those at the Fairview plant, just some regular routine preventative maintenance ongoing. One of the two items I want to bring your attention to, one is for Perkins and one is for Oakland, and both are the issues that are still pressing and plaguing, and this is nothing new, but I do want to bring it up. There was permit exceedances for Oakland Park as well as Perkins for TKN. That is a nutrient, nitrogen species. This is a culmination of many different equipment and treatment plant failures, including mixers and blowers tripping, clogged return lines, ruptured chemical feed lines, mixers failing, and having to bypass certain portions of the treatment plant to maintain the forward flow of the process. And so it's the same song, different verse, what we're dealing with, and a lot of this is going to be addressed with the consent order and the compliance schedule that we've negotiated or are negotiating with DEQ. So that's kind of the wrap for the operations for October, and be happy to take any questions at this time if you have any.
Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Collins, continue on.
Thank you.
I thought you had more. That's okay. That was a short report. Thank you, as always. Thank you for also bringing up, as we know and DQ knows, Perkins Corner, we're trying to get it to the end line, and it is challenging. And Mr. Rasavi, a little bit later, will talk about efforts to try to repair some equipment, a grinder at Oakland Park, and understanding that these are two plants that we're going to decommission, and we have to spend money to try to keep them going until we can get them offline, and working hard to make sure that we can not cost the residents and those on the service authority do more money than is needed to have efficient and have these running, meet the permit limits. So I do appreciate Boden's help in that. You really didn't get to truly take over fully the operations until after the previous administration left. So we have made a lot of progress in 11 months, along with all of our staff, including Mr. Eisenbeiss and his maintenance staff, Bryce Young as our engineer, Mr. Rasavi, our finance, Ms. Patty Norris-Barker here, and Tiffany, who helps us out with our invoices. It's a team effort, so I want to thank everybody for it. We're not there yet, but we're made a lot more progress in 11 months than in 30 years. So I do want to thank everybody in Boden's help for that. I had missed one, and I'm going to circle back to, can I have a motion on the consent agenda for the Board of Directors?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second? All right, roll call vote. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Now, Mr. Young, Bryce Young is going to come up and talk about Dahlgren I&I and the allocation of ARPA funding. Mr. Young?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm presenting a construction services agreement for the Dahlgren I&I, or inflow and infiltration. Staff made use of vital contracts to solicit responses from qualified sources. Contractors provide all services, labor, and materials necessary for the lining and rehabilitation of sections of the Dahlgren sewer collection system. 2 different vital contracts were used for this task, Tri-State Utilities and Busy Sewer. This project is funded through the DEQ ARPA funds. Staff's recommended action is to authorize the Service Authority Board of Directors designee to execute a construction services agreement with Tri-State Utilities in the amount of $499,822.50 and Busy Sewer in the amount of $500,185.78, subject to approval by form by the county attorney.
Mr. Young, before, I know Lee had some questions on this topic, and if anybody else has questions on this, what's important is one of the things we have had violations on is the infiltration into the Dahlgren plant. So this is much needed to be able to check to see if we have leaks somewhere, if there's manhole covers broken. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Lee, did you want to ask your questions?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for being here, Bryce. Couple questions I had just looking at some of this. I know in a previous meeting you had talked about spreading out some of the, and kind of looking at the pipes in different parts of the county throughout different parts of the year. I believe kind of dispersing the load there. Is there a time frame on how many times a year, or what's the cycle we're supposed to actually scope and look for some of these issues as we're doing this kind of maintenance? Is it something we should do yearly, every other year, 5 years, 10 years?
Best practice, this is an ongoing effort. Some of what we've done has been part of a consent agenda, but best practice is ongoing effort throughout the county, all seasons.
Okay, so pretty much just recurring year-round. As long as we get to it, we try and factor it in maybe every 1 to 3 years, as we can get there. I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like.
Ideally, we do have efforts going towards it every year. It should be an ongoing effort every year.
Okay, with the right equipment, and I don't know if this is a question you can answer, but maybe Mr. Eisenbeiss or somebody else, but with the right equipment, is this something that our staff could actually do?
For the closed circuit television, yes.
Okay. Do we know about how much the suite of that equipment would cost?
I do not have those numbers.
Mr. Wasabi, do you have those numbers off the top of your head? I want to say it was around 400, correct?
I don't have those numbers, but I know that when I've looked at that in the past for other localities I work for, it's fairly expensive to do. I think one of the things, once Mr. Eisenbeiss gets the jetter in service, we can clean a lot of these lines. It would be easier when they run the camera down there. I believe Imboden has some cameras as well to look at some of these lines to see what the proper course of action would be. It's really the length. I mean, there's different levels that you can buy, the length that you can put it down a sewer line and look at it and video it and so forth. Yeah. So it's expensive.
No, that's understandable. So if we're paying at least $500,000 to do this for one time, if this is something we have to look at doing yearly, I would say to the board, I think this is something we need to look at in the future. Maybe procuring this equipment, getting our people any of the necessary training to be able to do this all in-house. Just a thought recommendation from myself. But Bryce, thank you. I appreciate your answers.
That is a good suggestion. I'll put that on the list. It's trying to find the funds for it at the. Mr. Davis, I did not ask, did you have any questions? All right, Bryce, you're going to be up in a minute, so have you, I want to have you as background information on some of these bids. But one of the reasons I moved the bids from action to discussion, we have found once we got in the bids that some of them were a little higher than expected. I want the public to know some of these bids were done by the previous general manager and administration, and they were done over 2 years ago, this information. And so as everything in our lives, inflation has taken hold, and some of these bids came in a little higher. So we wanted to put it as a discussion item first so we could discuss maybe the path for paying for the overage, and Mr. Wasabi can answer a little bit more on that once we get to that vote. Next up, we are going to go with SI 1112 and SI 1113, which we'll go with the first one, which is the award of construction services agreement for Hop Yard wastewater treatment plant and pump station upgrades. Mr. Austin Wessel and Bryce, just stay on hand in case we have any technical questions.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm presenting a discussion to the award of a construction services agreement for Hop Yard, WWTP, and pump station upgrades. Procurement issued IFB 1115-2024-1400 to solicit responses from qualified sources for a contractor to provide all services, labor, and materials necessary for the improvements of Hop Yard wastewater treatment plant and 6 pump stations in the courthouse area to reroute wastewater from the Perkins Corner sewer basin to the Hop Yard wastewater treatment plant. This scope includes Perkins Corner wastewater treatment plant decommissioning. 2 bids were received for this project. American Contracting and Environmental Services was the lowest bid for this project, up to the amount of $6,668,000.00. The project is funded through the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality ARPA fund.
Do I have any questions directly first? Any questions? Mr. Collins?
This is on discussion, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rasavi, can you give some of the numbers, why we move this to discussion, what the issue is?
You have 2 spreadsheets in front of you. One is for the Department of Environmental Quality, $16 million grant, and then you have the grant of $5 million from the Virginia Department of Health. Let's start with the Virginia Department of Health. What I've asked Bryce to do is calculate and show, and all the bids are in on all these projects now. So you see in the column it says current bids, and when you see the negative balance out there, that's obviously it's exceeded the estimate that was provided by the engineers. And as you go through those projects, then you see 2 of the projects that came under bid that resulted in a negative balance of $1,180,362.87. And now, one thing that's got to be understood, part of that is a contingency that's part of that budget. And Bryce has established a meeting this coming Thursday to talk about these 2 projects that were bid, to try to do some value engineering to get those costs lowered. But basically, what we will have to do, we had a conference call with, I can't remember his name, at the VDH, Barry, and regarding requesting the transfer from these projects where there were surpluses to the projects that came in over the estimates. And so that's one thing that will have to be done. And then hopefully the value engineering, we can get that figure down. And if we don't use the total contingencies, then that number will be reduced. The worst case scenario is when we hit the $5 million, anything above that we would have to take out of the fund balance of the Water and Sewer Authority, or Service Authority. And so we're hoping that we can get those numbers down to where they'll be much closer to what the actual budgets are, but we won't know that until after Thursday with our discussion with the 2 low bidders. Switching over to the DEQ side, the original appropriation from DEQ from the ARPA funds was $16 million. I'm less concerned about this negative balance of being over by $251,000, because if you look at the Perkins Corner decommissioning, you have a $1.1 million contingency. I would be very surprised if it reached that level, but that is the level that the engineering firm, I believe, recommended. Is that correct, Bryce? I think I read that in some communication. I would be surprised if that entire amount would be used. So I think we'll be able to do some value engineering, get that number down, and hopefully get under the $16 million.
Thank you, Mr. Rasavi. So that's why we're going to bring this back to the next meeting, because we still have a little bit of time to before the end of the year. Do I have any questions concerning this? Mr. Solms?
How much yes, ma'am. How much money is currently in the Service Authority's general budget, or general fund?
Mr. Rasavi, do you have that number? Levita has been out for the last couple of days, so.
Levita has not closed out last fiscal year. She's got all the information from the auditors. I spoke to her on the phone today. she gets back on Monday, she's gonna do that close, because you can't open the new budget until you close out the prior year. So, the county administrator, myself, and the auditor is going to sit down and meet with her, because historically, they've waited until they've got all the information, but and I've talked to the county, that's not practical to wait till almost December to be able to look at your financial reports to make decisions. So, we're gonna sit down with the auditors and kind of get the finance department at a better comfort level to close out in August, and then they can do adjustments, because there's only a handful of adjustments basically after August too, so that you all will have, and the administrative staff will have the most current information to make decisions on.
You have a rough order of magnitude off the top of your head, 5 million, 500 million?
I want to say it's after we paid off the debt, I'm thinking it's probably somewhere between 7 and 8 million. The problem, I can't tell right now, there's no report for me to look at on the tap fees, and I haven't had a chance to sit down with Patty to find out how many, I can't remember, she told me at one time how many, I guess, taps that were still available in Hop Yard. I can't remember if it was 40 or 50, and I don't know how many we've sold in the current fiscal year. So all those factor into this. So hopefully next week she will close it out. We can get the reports and have a much clearer understanding of where we are.
Mr. Collins?
Who will be negotiating the value engineering?
I'm going to participate by Zoom on that call. Bryce will be here with the engineers and the contractors, but I'm going to participate by Teams, so I don't have to drive up here just for an hour or two.
So you and Mr. Young?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Davis, Lee, do you have any questions? I want to commend especially the team for the work they've done. It is very unusual, Mr. Rasavi can tell you this, have this many projects in this short of time, to have to prepare bids, put them out to bids, get the information, award the bids, and prepare these materials. It is a lot that is usually not done by a county and its staff, and I commend them in the job they've done, because this is very unusual. I think it is correct, Austin and Bryce, I think it's 11 projects. And that is a lot of work, so I commend you. We've gotten this far. Should it have been done a year ago? Yes, but we can't fix that. But I commend you and everyone in the team that has worked to get us to this point. So I just wanted to thank you for that before we get to the next one. The next one is the award of construction services agreement for Perkins Corner decommissioning water and force main interconnections.
All right. This one, I'm presenting a discussion to the award of a construction services agreement for Perkins Corner decommissioning water and force main interconnections. Procurement issued an IFB to solicit responses from qualified sources for a contractor to provide all services, labor, and materials necessary for the installation of pipes that will convey the wastewater previously processed by the Perkins Corner wastewater treatment plant to the Hop Yard treatment plant, and allow the Hop Yard and courthouse water systems to exchange water. 4 bids were received for this project. W.C. Spratt Construction Company was the lowest bid in the amount up to $8,791,985.00. This project is funded through the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality ARPA Fund and the Virginia Department of Health Fund.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? No questions? All right, thank you. We'll see you next time on these. I appreciate it.
Looking forward to it.
All right, Mr. Rasavi has mentioned just a minute ago about paying off the line of credit. I want to tell the public officially the line of credit has been paid off with Atlantic Union Bank. It was done maybe several days after our last meeting. So it is paid off, and when we finally do get the audit, it will reflect that the debt did go up, but that debt will now disappear because we did pay off the line of credit. And if my correction, it was almost 1.3, Mr. Rasavi. So that it is, and we closed the line of credit. So that's a really good positive. It's been paid off, and so it will reflect on the audit, but it has been paid off. That's the line of credit that was taken out in 2019. So I just wanted that out for the public. Mr. Asabi, before I start my report, I did want to have you, we did get a bid back for the water supply plan. Could you give a little information on that? Or, Mr. Smollett?
I believe the county administrator, he has all that information.
Yes, ma'am. Let me pull this up here. So there's been a lot of discussions in the public about the county adopting a master water plan, including the discussion of the acquisition of the Birchwood water intake. So the county on October 16, 2024, issued an RFP on this topic, and we received one proposal. It was submitted by Bowman. Bowman's indicated a 7 to 8 month time frame at a cost of $80,220. Now, Mr. Wasabi and I have reviewed the proposal, and through our working knowledge with Bowman and or our references, we recommend the board move forward with this proposal, the single proposal for the master water sewer plan. So if I can, it'd be my recommendation that the board authorize the county administrator to enter into an agreement with Bowman in the amount of $80,220 to develop a water system master plan per the proposal dated November 14, 2024, subject to review and approval by the interim county attorney.
Now, since we just brought it up and it wasn't on there, I wanted to say we can wait and we can have this as an action item at the next meeting so information can be applied. What is the consent? Because we did get one bid in for it. They are, Mr. Wasabi did check in on it. They do a lot of water supply planning. This is not a thing that, a lot of people do, is water supply planning. So do we want to wait to consensus of the board, have it as an action item at the next meeting? Or would you like to make a motion to? Because it has to be from both boards, correct? Mr. Stewart? No, so it would become from the board of supervisors then, yeah. Okay. Then that would be, it is a board of supervisors. I wasn't sure if both boards had to do it because I was just getting an update. So we'll bring it back, have it in the board of supervisors. Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
So normally I would want to bring it back. But I think that with our water needs closing in on us quickly, that we need to move forward. I know it's only a month, but if you look at what's going on in the region, a month is a long time.
So I guess this vote, as I asked, Mr. Wasabi, go ahead.
One thing I want to add to, and I've discussed this with the county administrator, I spoke to 4 to 5 prominent firms that would meet our needs here in King George County. The basic problem that a lot of these firms are having is they don't have sufficient staffing to complete this work. I'm not sure where all the engineers that are being hired are going, but 4 of those firms told me that they could do the work if they had the staff. And so I think that's what has led to one provider submitting it. And Mr. Smolnick in New Kent County, I believe they work with them, and Mr. Stewart and some of their references in Middlesex County and others that I've talked to have spoken very highly of their work. So that gives us a comfort level. But I would agree with Mr. Collins. It's probably imperative to get this underway as promptly as possible because you need it for a variety of reasons.
But this, as Mr. Stewart, this has to go in front of the board of supervisors, correct?
I think we should take it up under the board of supervisors, yes, ma'am, because you have to approve it, authorize him to enter into the agreement, and then I guess he can transfer that out of contingency or something, but it should be before the board of supervisors.
Thank you. Lee, since you're not on that, do you have any questions about it before? Okay. Thank you. Well, next up, for my report, we've gone through a lot of it. I don't know what else to say. There's been a lot of work done, and there's still some to go. But I think we're on a positive path, and once those books are closed, there could be a more accurate financial report to give out to the citizens and to actually look at the bill and some other things and to pay for some more repairs and keeping up. I mean, we've got a lot of backlog that we're working through, and so once those financials are ready, Mr. Wasabi can dig deeper into the financial portion of this service authority, which should be coming by the next meeting. So next up is a secondary public comment to address business matters only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Is anybody online? Did anybody get any correspondence while we left? All right.
Madam Chair?
Did I miss one?
Well, I just want to, just for clarification, on the agenda, you have action 1111 for the allocation of ARPA funds. I just want to,
I can redo that vote just to make sure for clarification purposes.
we just want to make sure make sure the BOD did in fact act on this SA 11-11.
Yes, thank you for bringing that back up. I'll bring it up for another vote. Can I have a vote on the SA 1111 Dahlgren I&I allocation? Did we have? Do I just need a motion?
Make a motion that we authorize the Service Authority Board of Directors designee to execute a construction services agreement with Tri-State Utilities in the amount of $499,822.50 and Visu Sewer in the amount of $500,185.78, subject to the approval as performed by the county attorney.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Now by roll call, Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Solomon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Lastly, we do have a closed session for easement acquisitions. This all is concerning the Circle and Canterbury Interconnect, the Circle and Courthouse Interconnect, and the Hop Yard and Courthouse Interconnect. Do I have a motion for the closed session?
Make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss the items as presented by the chair.
Mr. Stewart, do we have to read the full closed session, correct? Do you have it right here on your agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Regarding the easement acquisition?
Yes.
That you would need to make
Read
that entire motion.
So page 3, Mr. Solomons.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss easement acquisition regarding Circle and Canterbury Interconnect Circle and Courthouse Interconnect, Hop Yard and Courthouse Interconnect. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene a closed session for discussion of the acquisition of real property for public purpose pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3711A3, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public party. Pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3711A8, I invite the interim county attorney for consultation regarding specific legal matters. I also invite the county administrator, senior assistant to King George County Board of Supervisors, and the county engineer as needed because their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topics to be discussed under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712.
Do I have a second?
Motion.
Motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Collins?
I'd like to make an amendment
Go ahead.
that the King George County Board of Directors, in the first line, it was Board of Supervisors.
I second that amendment.
We have a motion and properly amended. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. We are now in closed session. There you go. Right there, page 3, motion to return to open meeting, and then the other one.
Madam Secretary, I move that the King George County Board of Directors return to public meeting and certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempt from an open meeting requirements by Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting, and no action was taken.
Do we have,
Second and certify?
wait, hold on, you got a second? Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Collins, so certify. Mr. Sullins?
So certified.
Mr. Davis? Lee? I so certify. We're back in open session. Mr. Sullins, you have a motion?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I move that we authorize Mr. Young and Mr. Razavi to proceed and take the necessary steps to acquire the remaining easements to complete the water projects in Courthouse to Canterbury project.
Do we have a second? I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Can I have a motion for adjournment? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This King George Service Authority Board of Director meetings is now adjourned. Mr. Collins?
All ready? 1111, Department of Conservation and Recreation, Soil and Water Conservation, District 17. Madison Morgan presentation.
Howdy, howdy. How's everybody doing? Sweet, awesome. So, hi, my name is Madison Morgan. If you haven't met me before, I'm the Education and Outreach Coordinator with Tri-County City Soil and Water Conservation District. If you aren't familiar with the district or just need a little bit of a refresh, we offer 3 kind of main programs. 2 of those programs are going to be cost share programs. So we have the Virginia Agricultural Cost Share Program, or VAX. That's the program that we work with our producers. So anybody that's working ag land, there's certain prerequisites that they have to fill in order to qualify for practices with us. That's going to be where most of our money is cost shared, and the other cost share program is for landowners. That is the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program, or VCAP. So those are covering things more residential, land, kind of commercial things that aren't used for ag purposes. And then our third program is me, education. So I'm going to share a little bit with you guys from fiscal year 24, so July 2023 through June 2024. And mission of the district: to provide leadership, education, and technical programs to assist all resource users to conserve, sustain, and improve soil, water, and related resources. And then the vision to be recognized as a community leader in focusing action and establishing partnerships to achieve soil and water conservation. This is the FY24 budget. Real quick glance at the graphs. Through operating revenues, you can see that the biggest amount of revenue we get in is through the DCR, Department of Conservation and Recreation, the VAX program, and then through there, DCR operating funds coming out to our second operating revenue. On the expenses side, likewise to the revenue side, for the Virginia Agricultural Cost Share Program does get the majority of that money allocated towards it. So we're getting 63% of our operating revenues in for that program, and moving out 61% of that total money. All right, so quick look into just King George. So this is just King George numbers right off the bat. Through best management practices, and these are things like cover crop practices, so making sure that farmers are getting paid a certain amount per acreage to go ahead and plant their cover crops. The chances are they're already planting, so we come in and we'll help them out and do a little bit of a cost share with them. And the cover crops are essentially they're planted in between cash crop seasons in order to keep the topsoil down. That way we don't end up, well, we were in a drought this season. So that if things come to extreme circumstances, we're doing the best that we can to make sure we're keeping our nutrients in the soil and keeping everything that we want there so we can have it for more time to come. So just King George, best management practices, $321,015.62. If you don't mind going back a slide, thank you, sorry. So yeah, $321,015.62 were cost shared just through the agriculture program. In King George County, 11,311 acres were utilized towards these best management practices. And then that last little bit, five public schools in King George, that's going to go into more of our outreach numbers. And then as far as we look at scholarships and things like that, you can go to the next one. Thank you. As far as the cost share breakdown through programs, these are the programs that we operated with in King George County. So we have nutrient management, precision nutrient management, stream exclusion, extension of watering systems, and then the big one there is cover crops. So as you guys can see, the breakout numbers there, cover crops they're taking a lot. So, you know, they may not, they get a certain number per acreage to install cover crop practices, and generally these are the practices that are taking up very large numbers of acres. Which is why that number it's very large compared to the rest. On the urban cost share breakdown, we didn't have any successful payouts for the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program, but we have some applicants that are moving into this fiscal year, and those numbers will be ready to be shared, of course, next time. One of the designs that was approved but not moved through payout is a stormwater cistern, and that's in the design process with Friends of the Rappahannock. We work with them to complete the VCAP program. Throughout the district, there were over 10,000 acres of just cover crops planted. There was 6,410 linear feet of stream bank protected, and then the total amount of cost share that we did with producers was $958,345.98. That number is just with producers, so that's not the total cost share through the urban conservation side, the VCAP side of things. Going back to education and outreach, so we did have 3 programs last fiscal year that were designated as King George only. I will say for this fiscal year, we've already surpassed that, so I'm super happy to say that. For other programs are things that are not kind of honed into one main area, so things like Fun Fest, community outreach days, farm field days. We had an event in Stafford that drew people from Rappahannock County, so that's where that other kind of category comes in. The number of 127 was only King George sponsored King George located programs that received those numbers. As far as the education highlights go, we had 2 students that were sent to Youth Conservation Camp and 1 student that participated in Youth Conservation Leadership Institute. Quick highlight of this student, she actually went to Cortland High School in Spotsylvania, but she looked at airplane emissions, so that was really cool. And this year we're looking forward to another successful applicant going through the process. We did have a scholarship winner granted $1,000, and that student was a graduate of King George High School. She's a college freshman at a school in West Virginia. So she put in for that scholarship and was awarded. So thank you guys. As far as staff dedication, we finished the year with 3 full-time staff. Right now we're at 5, and we're looking to add a 6th person on sometime soon. So we're really kind of working up to our efficiency, and we're really looking forward to moving out more cost share dollars this coming year and definitely outreaching more. 291 combined training hours were from the 3 current staff that finished last fiscal year, and there were 28 certifications gained from trainings by the 3 that finished the fiscal year. Those trainings on my end are things like project learning tree facilitator training, so I could come through and do professional development with your teachers. On the conservation technician and specialist side, they're nutrient management planner trainings, things like that. And then, of course, on our administrative side, we're making sure that we have our record retention officer and making sure that we're up to date with all of our COIA and FOIA, as always. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that. And then, yeah, partners in conservation. There's so many. Of course, I can't name them all, but we just want to give a huge shout out to you guys. And thank you guys for working with us. So King George County last fiscal year allocated $55,000, and with us turning and doing $321,015 worth in cost share. It's over 400% increase through the money that you guys allocated to us and what we were able to put back into your county, your producers, schools, everything. So thank you guys for working with us, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you guys have any.
Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Davenport and Company, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have hard copies if anybody would like, besides what we've got on the screen, so if anyone.
I would definitely like one.
Okay, we'll do that. This is one of our young budding stars, Harit, and he is the fellow that keeps me from knowing what to do here, so I appreciate it. So I understand I've got to tell you to change the pages, is that right? Okay. We'll do that. And then if you move the pages, I'll know I should move quicker. That's the way it works. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know if Mr. Smolnik, if you want to make any introductory comments, and I certainly can.
So thank you for coming out tonight. Levita and I have been meeting with Davenport last month or two, and we figured it was a good time to sit here with the board, wait till the referendum passed to see which kind of direction that would go, what that may tell in our future, but really just to give the Board of Supervisors and the public an idea of where the county stands financially. We're going to look at the county and then the service authority. I know the board's aware of some of our recent upgrades, and in the back of this packet, there's kind of the scorecard. So I'm going to turn it over to Davenport and do what they do best, and help us serve as our financial advisors and set the course for us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smolnik. Again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm David Rose, and I have the good fortune of working with the county for some more than 30 years. So our focus tonight is purely educational. There's no decisions to be made. In fact, the hope is that with the information I provide, it'll provide a starting point for some future discussion. We can answer some questions, and anything we don't know, we'll make sure we get to you. With that said, this information is meant for all the citizens and not, of course, just the board. We are, again, your financial advisor, which means that we have what we call a fiduciary responsibility to provide and think of you first. We're not here to sell you anything. We're not a bank. We're not a brokerage. We are simply trying to be, for years, an appendage and a complement to your staff, both with the service authority and the county itself. So if you go there on that introduction page, as I indicated, I've had the good fortune of being with you this period of time. We are out of Richmond. For those of you who don't know, it's where I'm from. And again, Richmond is the headquarters of Davenport. Our firm has been around for about 165 years. So again, we appreciate that. As Mr. Smolnik said, you had that referendum that passed, roughly 60 to 40, some $57 million. And again, our focus is not to tell you what you should do, but to make sure that when you move forward, you do that in such a way that you keep the burden minimized on the taxpayer, and at the same time, you do it affordably. Next page. Our goals and objectives here, I'm not going to repeat every page, but again, one of the things we're trying to do is to make sure that the county continues to have very strong credit ratings. Now, you may say, why does that matter? Well, the credit ratings are by a bunch of outside folks that don't give a hoot about King George County. They're independent. They're not located around here. They frankly don't understand every local government, but what they do understand is whether or not a local government like yours has a balanced budget, whether you have planning, whether you have policies, whether you adhere to those policies, whether you're thinking smartly about economic development, whether you're acting like business folks in this board. And what they are seeing, again, is demonstrated by the way they give you a rating. And we'll give you that. But I will tell the citizens right now, you enjoy very strong ratings. And having said that, it doesn't mean that you could take them for granted and you could lose them very quickly. But again, you've done some things that are very strong, and we'll talk about those. So next page, if you would. Our role as advisor, I think, again, it's hopefully self-explanatory. What we want to try to do is to give you advice And all I can do is to hope that that advice is grounded in facts and analysis, best practices, and that's what we try to do. This will be my 45th year doing this business, and I really enjoy it. So again, hopefully, we have a team. Courtney Rogers has been with me over 33 years. Norm Rasavi and I have worked with Courtney for years when he was in Westmoreland. We've got Harit as our brand new person. Kyle Laux has been with me for about 22 years. So again, very proud of the team that we have back in Richmond. So what we don't do, I want to make sure the public understands this, we don't recommend projects, we don't lend any money, we don't underwrite your debt, and we don't hold any financial interests in what you do. So again, we're solely there to advise. Next page. Over the years, because of your good credit ratings, because of your actions, we've saved in excess of $10 million of interest on various projects. And if we do this right, we should continue to save money going forward. One of the recommendations I'm going to make is that as we look at some of the things that you have, we may want to pay down some debt strategically. That's one of the ideas we've been thinking about, to look at overall strengthening the balance sheet, putting you in position, especially if you're going to undertake some significant new debt by virtue of this referendum. So we're going to give you some sense of that. Having said that, when you did your last bond issue, and I was in front of some of you, I know Ms. Binder, Mr. Collins, you were there. We talked about doing a school project there and funding some of it. We basically ended up having a better interest rate than we had estimated. As a result of that, we saved about $1.3 million over what we had planned. So again, we want to continue to do that. Part of the way you do that is good credit ratings. All right, let's go to those credit ratings. I promise I will not be very long. If we go to page 6, there are 3 national credit rating agencies. We call them agencies. They're private individual companies: Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. As Mr. Smolnick indicated, most recently, when Fitch reviewed all their criteria, they upgraded you. So if we go to the next page, page 7, I've had the good fortune of working with you back in a period when you had no credit rating. And then, about 20 plus years ago, we inaugurated some credit ratings, and you were in what was called the 3rd tier. And you were the top of the 3rd tier, ultimately, not initially. But then finally, today, you are one step below AAA, the highest. That's on page 7 there. And that's AA1 by one agency, AA2 by the other, and pluses by the others. So again, you are on the doorstep of what is the equivalent of the Commonwealth's rating of AAA. Okay, let's go to the next page. Fitch, when they upgraded you, you can see that middle. I don't think I need to read it, other than to say that they looked at you and said, again, that it reflects a AAA financial resilience. That's how they looked at you financially. Not everything about you is AAA, so as a result, you're one step below. But again, they talk about your overall median household income is lower than average AAAs. They point that out below. That's something that takes time. But I think what it also tells me is we want to be extra careful about any debt we do and how we do it so we don't overburden the citizens. And that's something that's first and foremost in my mind. Okay, next page. Some more actions and comments by the folks over at Fitch. I think one important thing here when we talk about debt, in the middle, they say, what could lead to a downgrade? Even though you've just been upgraded, they say an increase in long-term liabilities of approximately 70%. That's a lot. And we don't have any plans to go to that level. But it's a good knowledge to know what some of the parameters are in terms of doing debt that's tax supported. So we want to be careful about that. But I can say that where we are now and what we look like, we're going to be okay. Next page. Standard & Poor's, again, long-standing, been around for decades, and they made a number of very positive comments. They liked your history of positive financial operations, your surplus in 2023, They talk about your formalized financial policies, budgeting practices that they call conservative, your long-term financial and capital planning, and that's part of what we're here tonight. This is part of long-term capital planning, talking to you and getting some thoughts from you and feedback so that we can think about things well in advance of the next budget and subsequent budgets. And lastly, from their perspective, right or wrong, their perspective, they say they think of you as having a relatively low overall net debt levels. I know, again, nobody really wants to have any debt, ideally, but there's investment tied to debt, there's strategies tied to debt, and when you could get compared to others that are highly rated, you have a relatively low debt level from their perspective. So again, it's an important strength. Next page. They talk about what goes up or down. I think you can see that. The downward scenario, they don't want you to draw too much on reserves because you've done a very, very good job. But we're going to talk about there is a happy median there to be careful and still have ample reserves. Okay, next page is just Moody's. I think I've belabored this. The rating agencies will go past that. Happy to stop if anybody wants me to. But again, these are all three rating agencies. Some of the full reports are available. So let's go on to page 15 and let's talk about summary-wise. Hopefully a picture's worth 1,000 words. And you see here that gold line is your total revenues with other funding sources. And historically, year after year, for the last 5 years, it has been above your expenditure line. That's what we want. Recurring revenues are advanced and again, above the recurring expenditures. That's what they mean by structurally balanced. You're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. You actually have those revenues coming in. As a result, the very bottom there, it says net change to fund balance. In virtually every year, you've been adding to fund balance. And that's important because that adding to fund balance puts further dollars into the overall general fund. We earn earnings off that general fund at something like 5%, and that keeps the pressure down on the general fund, keeps the pressure down on having to raise taxes or raise other revenues. So those monies that are going into fund balances are being used strategically. Okay, let's go to the next page. So by virtue of adding to this fund balance, if you want to think of it, the rainy day fund or something like that, you've got a policy. And your policy says that basically you're going to have equivalent of roughly 2 months of revenues to take care of your overall fund balance, your rainy day. Well, for you, you have now literally more than doubled that. You're over 30%. And that's a really strong position to be in. That's a position of strength. So as a result of that, you've got literally some $40 million that's being reinvested. The earnings are going back to help the general fund and help keep pressure down on the citizens with regard to tax bases. Okay, next page. The other thing you've got, one of the things we recommended, and you did, is you also have a general fund stabilization fund. The thinking there is you never know what the legislature will do, you never know what the economy is going to do, and as a result, we could find ourselves short dollars through no fault of your own. That stabilization fund is something that's fully funded, and you've got it there. That's on top of that. In addition, you've got a capital projects fund. Again, what you've been doing is taking some of those dollars, capital-wise, and you put it in that account. All of those things collectively put in that as of the end of 23, you've got over $50 million that is working for you. I think that provides, depending upon how the 24 fiscal year comes out with the audit, and those are basically should be done the next couple of months, possibly sooner. Once we get those updated, then we're going to be in a position, if you want us to work with staff and make some recommendations going into the 26 fiscal year about how to use some of these dollars and potentially use some of these dollars to pay down some debt That's a relatively higher interest rate, free up some ability to then layer in that $57 million as you want to do that, up to you. Okay, next page. This is your debt profile, tax supported. So what do I mean by that? There's two debt profiles the county has. The tax supported is the general fund. That's where you get it from, local taxes, real estate taxes. That's what we mean here. The utility fund, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, is paid for solely by user fees. So that's separate from this. So let's talk about this for a minute, and maybe I can give the citizens some perspective. As of right now, you have roughly $120 million of principal outstanding. Now, what that means is that we've got to pay that off, and you can see it goes out through 2051. It's a fair amount of time. But here's the good news. If you notice, I have a little thing there called a 10-year payout ratio. What's that mean? What that mean is this. Let's look at this. If you are fortunate to own a home and you've got 30-year debt, in 10 years, you've paid off about 25% of the principal. That's what a payout ratio means. How much principal is paid off in 10 years? We, on the other hand, at the county, in 10 years, 60% of all our debt is paid off. That's a good number. That's a real strong number. We like to keep it 50% or higher if we can. And if we can do that, what that does then is allow this situation where we can layer in new debt and not have to go materially above that existing debt levels of about $10 million. That's sort of the goal. Whether we can do that or not, it'll take some time. We'll figure that out. But the point is, we have this natural drop down. We pay our debts off rapidly. It's a strength, and I appreciate that because obviously all of this debt was issued under my watch. And one of the things we tried to do was to make sure it got paid off quicker, going back 30 years. So again, I'd like to see us continue to do that and not push it too far out for subsequent generations. Okay, next page. So we've got some debt policies. I don't know if it's easy to see there. It's a little light, but we basically have two primary policies. The one on the left is what we call debt service versus general government expenditures. That's a fancy way of saying, what's a credit card? How many pennies of every dollar of debt do we make sure don't go above? So our policy meaning the county, is that we have at a minimum, ideally, 10 cents on every dollar and maximum of 12 cents on every dollar. The good news is right now we are tracking at about 8 cents on every dollar. That's basically what we're doing. Give, again, perspective for citizens. If you're fortunate enough to own a home, typically a mortgage company or a mortgage banker says, we don't want you being above 25% of your monthly income going to your monthly mortgage. We, on the other hand, here want to say, let's not be above 10% of our monthly income, if you would, on average. So we're more conservative than we would be if it's an individual. On the right-hand side, debt to assessed value, a little hard to kind of get your head around, but that means that roughly that $120 million of principal I talked about, you compare it to the overall real estate value, and we like to be under 3.5%, you're under 2.5%. So we're in good shape there, and it looks to get better as the years go on. Okay, next page. So I thought what we do here to page 21, if you would, is talk a little bit about the service authority, because again, it's separately operated, as you know, and the whole underpinnings of the service authority for the utilities is that it's self-supporting in nature. You may say, why is that the case? Well, if that's the case, then it takes the pressure off the general fund. By taking the pressure off the general fund, it makes it easier for you to keep those tax rates lower on the general fund side. But on the flip side, what it does, it makes sure that any capital improvements that you do, all the operations are going to pay for from those users. And that is a standard best practice. And I just wanted to give you where you stand on all of this. So the next page. The Service Authority has been a challenge for a long time. We've seen it in this era. We've seen it when it was in a lot more difficult shape. It's in much better shape today than it was back in 2019. Back in that period of time, you were looking at trying to make ends meet, not structurally balanced, and we ended up restructuring some of the debt because we simply could not put rates and charges on without overburdening the citizens. Well, to do that, that comes at a price, and that price will get realized over the next couple of years, out for several years. So that said, the good news here is that this authority has built itself up nicely over those years. So we're going to be in a solid position to undertake this jump in debt service. So let's go to page 23, and I think you'll see this graphically. If you look at 2019, you'll see where the revenues were literally identical to the expenditures. That was, again, part of the challenge. There was no ability, if you would, to take on new projects, what have you, without really putting ourselves in either a negative position or raising rates in a way that was not palatable. So we restructured, and what happened there was the next several years, we ended up having surpluses. And we built those surpluses. And you're going to see in a few minutes, we have a very nice fund balance in the overall, separate than the fund balances and rainy day funds I talked about a few minutes ago. So we're coming at this now from a much better position of strength. And that's the important thing. We're now looking at this from a much stronger position. So let's go to page 24. Your debt service coverage. Again, as I said earlier, what we need to do on a service authority, what we need to do on a self-supporting nature is to always make sure that that green there is basically, as you can see there, we want that debt service line. That green should be above that red line. Well, look where it was in 19. We couldn't even cover our debt one time. But since then, we're more than covering our debt. That's to say that we've got more revenues to meet our debt service and our operations. So it's a much healthier situation right now. And that's how we're going into this next several years. And that's not by accident, and that was important. So let's go to page 25. The other positive news here is we have what we call days cash on hand. That's the equivalent of that rainy day fund I talked about for the general fund. This is how utilities and self-supporting entities look at it. You were basically back in 2019, slightly above $3 million, but your overall expenditures were over $4 million. So you didn't really cover what best practices says should be at least 1 year's coverage. And if you want to know why that's important, I'll tell you why. All you do is take a little trip down to Asheville and Buncombe County, our clients, because they have no way of paying for any of those bills for months and months to be. And that's why having these kinds of rainy day dollars are so important. And that's why they're in that position. We want to get you in that position. So the good news here is look how it's jumped up. And as a result, you have today nearly 2 years of fund balances. That's a really strong position to be in. And the best run authorities, Loudon Water, others like that, Fairfax Water, they have 2 to 3 years of fund balances. And again, those monies are working. Those interest earnings are working for you. They are kicking dollars back into the user fees and helping. So again, but that's important, and it also gives us an opportunity potentially to use some of those monies strategically, perhaps to even pay some debt down. Okay, let's go to page 26. I'm almost done. I apologize. I know I've been going on, so I promise not to be too much longer. Let's look at your debt profile here. You have about $21 million of debt. It's about 60/40 sewer to water. And you'll notice here it's flat. It's basically flat. That's pretty traditional for a water and sewer system. That's not atypical. But what's good about it is that basically in 1 decade, all that debt is over. That's it. That's the really other good news. Again, mostly you see this lasting 20 and 30 years. Ours is done literally in a decade. So again, we know things are going to continue. We know there's going to be any number of requirements from the EPA and DEQ that we have no control over. That's going to be putting us in a good position down the road to, in effect, take on new debt when all of this debt will be done in literally a decade. Okay. So lastly, on page 28, I just have some, I'm sorry. Yes, Kathy. Yes,
Thank you. I have a direct, because this is a challenge that has been for a while, and you were on page 26.
Okay, 26 if you would. Okay. Yes.
To show how the debt is scheduled to be paid off in 10 years. I just want to make that important point, because that's unusual for a water sewer authority. Folks that I spoke to have said that a lot of debt is made to be generational, and water and sewer debt is infrastructure costs are very expensive. So sometimes we get a really horrible light about the service authority and the debt. So I just wanted you to highlight that point.
Absolutely. And again, you know, man, it's a very good, strong point. Yet the debt is high for the next 10 years. That's the flip side. But again, I can't believe, it doesn't matter who's running the country or who's running the state or the Commonwealth. I think we're going to have these future needs, whether it's nitrogen or phosphorus or what have you. And I think inevitably we're going to have other capital needs. So I think the idea that that will end, an absolute end date, is important, so that, again, it is a good positive. Yes, Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So even though, you know, I mean, that it was just briefed as a positive, there's two things that I have. You know, one of my thoughts, I was going to hold to the end. I can bring it up now. But the other thought is, you know, for the people listening in, the people that are users on the service authority right now that are paying, you know, very high bills, you know, maybe a third of their mortgage, you know, they're sitting, why are we sitting on a few $1 million while they're paying higher, you know, service authority bills? And they may not be real happy about that. So it's like, how much money do you hold in your account? Okay, rather than paying off some of the debt and balancing that out. So that's can be a difficult argument to be made. You know, I'm not the one to make that argument. So, but
I like your point. So that's why I said earlier, I think we have to take a good look at maybe using some of the extra dollars to pay down some of the debt and free it up. Okay. We also need to understand what debt is coming down. I say debt. Let me say it differently. What capital needs are there that we have no choice about? Again, remember, my focus to you is I don't tell you what to borrow. It's not my world. I'm just told, okay, for example, here you have, I'm picking a number here. Don't hold me to it. You've got you may have $3 million that has to be spent in the 26 fiscal year for capital. My job is to give you some advice, meaning you, the whole board, as to should we borrow for it? Should we pay cash for it? Should we do some sort of strategic approach that gets us and maximize our dollars and, to your point, minimizes the impact on your citizens?
So
That's right. We're in the same lockstep.
Yes, sir. So I think in making that argument, what we need to be able to tell our citizens, you know, specifically me, because of Hop Yard is in my district, and as well as Oakland Park. So I've got a lot of residents and they're paying these extraordinary costs. So whenever we look at, okay, we pay down the debt, but we're fixing to make some infrastructure. We're going to expend some money on infrastructure. If we're able to pay cash for that, because, you know, sometimes we hear things like, it's better to borrow than use your cash. It's better to hang on to your cash and borrow. So what you have to look at is where's the market going? What are we doing there? That's where you come in. And is it better, like what is the interest rate we're paying today on the loans we have versus the interest rate we're going to have in the future, and being able to balance that. And then we're more effective in telling our citizens why we're doing it.
Yes.
So that's something that I would like to some point be able to have a slide that the citizens should look at and say, okay, here's why we're making the decision to do this, and here's mathematically why it's better for you. That would be beneficial.
We are thinking identical, and that's going to be my next page or two when I do next steps. That's you're hitting on it. Yes, Mr. Collins.
So in a water bill in King George, half of it is debt service. So if we pay down the debt, that means the water bills will be cheaper.
Yeah, let me say this for the citizens. In a typical service authority, the idea that half of a bill is debt is not surprising. That's not atypical. If it were the general fund, that would be very surprising and atypical. Because like I said, in the general fund, we don't like to go past 10 cents on the dollar for your debt, if you want to think about it, for your real estate bill, if that makes sense. But service authorities are different because basically they're capital intensive, and the thinking there is you're basically either borrowing or paying for pipes and buildings and all of that stuff for generations. So the service authority is very different. Now, I want to make sure the citizens realize we're talking about some 20+ million of principal, and we know we've got several $1 million sitting there over and above what we need in terms of days cash on hand. However, what we need to do, though, we don't know it yet, is we need to incorporate, and you'll see this in my next slide, we need to incorporate the 24 ending year, which is the audit, which is due in the next few weeks. When we incorporate that, and we incorporate the planning that you have for the 25 fiscal year that we're in right now, those two pieces will then help give us some more, we'll call it fax points, so I can come back, if you want me to come back, and give you some recommendations to what Mr. Stroud and what you're talking about and others for the 26 fiscal year and beyond. So I want to be careful because I don't know how 24 is going to finish, and I want to make sure 25, from your staff perspective, is looking the way you want, and that hopefully is going to be a continuation of another positive year from what 23 is. So I want to be careful. I don't want to promise anybody anything, but I can tell you when I get those fact points, we'll have some plans and some recommendations. And then again, Mr. Stroud, to what you want for your citizens, that's exactly the kind of thing we want to put up there. That's
yes,
right.
sir. So I'm going to want to come back to this slide at the end, or I can bring up my other point now.
We're here. Yeah, you're good if you want.
Okay, so
yeah.
So the other point I'm looking at on this slide, that second column from the right where it says interest.
Yeah.
Where it says 2025, 514,000. So what I would like to say for the citizens, to say for my colleagues and Mr. Smolnik is, in February this year, we were briefed by our treasurer, and I learned we had like $32 million sitting in the checking account, and I almost lost my cool. Okay, and because we were losing a lot of money by just having money sitting in a checking account. Okay, after some angst, some discussions, I think at that time, largely Mr. Smolnik, Mr. Wasabi, convinced the treasurer to invest $10 million. And then we were briefed a few months ago that we are now getting $1,000 a day on that $10 million. What I would like to point out for the citizens and the people listening, that had we invested $20 million, then that would have been $10 more million, another $1,000 a day for, just say for a year, that's $365,000 of free money that would have paid down our people's interest. So think about that the next election, please. all right? And make a note of that, because our money is not being handled wisely, okay? I mean,
So back to the service authority debt.
Yes, sir.
So hopefully, when you come back, we can come up with a plan to wrestle this debt so we can get the bills lowered, because it's strangling people. We have the highest, some of the highest water rates in the state of Virginia. And the board of directors have made a lot of inroads in 10 months, but it, not taking on more. We're taking care of problems that existed over 20 years and never been taken care of, but that doesn't show in the customers' bills. That everybody, that's the number one priority in King George. About everybody that you talk to is a service authority debt, service authority bill, which if it was just half, if you had no debt, the bills would be reasonable. So if you can get rid of a bunch of debt and bring the bills down.
Again, I want to be clear. We need to look at some of where we stand. Need to understand what is being told to us going forward for capital you have to do. Not want to do, but have to do. Required. And that's going to be important. And then, to your point about all those dollars, we can, if we're asked, we can look at the way in which your investments are handled. As you know, the treasurers in most places are independent, and they are not required to listen to you or others. That's just the way Virginia's set up. We can't change that, at least for now. But sometimes we can be helpful, and again, I'm happy if we're asked to formally do that, and if the treasurer is willing to do that, we can basically collaborate and take a look. And part of it too can be that maybe the treasurer is concerned that there might be a call on those monies, and so they may be looking at saying, you know what, I want to keep it really conservative, but maybe that's the case, maybe not. So we can look at that.
I just want to, I'm not trying to respond for you to Mr. Collins, but to respond to that. So for our citizens on the general fund, that's all of our taxpayers. Okay, we have a lot of citizens that aren't a part of the service authority, so they look at it and say, okay, they have wells, they have septics. Nobody's paying for their septic. I just had a new well put in yesterday. Okay, I'm not coming to the county to pay for that. So whenever they start having to pay, then they get upset. So the best thing is that we can solve the problem without having to go to the general fund. Now, if we pay down the debt at the same time, we want to do that, but it's a balance, and that's where you're going to help us with that, because just for people to understand, if you pay that treasury rating, or I'm sorry, the rating is very important, and that involves having some debt, because if we borrow money and we can borrow it for less,
right,
that's better than paying it down and having to then later borrow it at a higher rate. It could impact us negatively. So the things you mentioned, just so people, I know I need to be a little patient as well in getting that information to be able to make a more informed decision for everybody, I guess.
I appreciate it, Mr. Yeah.
Mr. Stroud, I'm glad you said that, because that was one of the things that Norm and I with the Service Authority wanted to make sure we got a handle on in 11 months of figuring out what the problems were and what the capital needs. We aren't even there 100%.
Right.
Because we were told for several years that there was no money when we asked the Director of Finance. It was always, there's no money, but there was money, as you know. So I know you've mentioned to me earlier this year that you could assist us that once we get the final audit and we got a handle on everything, it's taken us this long to get to this point.
Right.
But I'll be happy to see you guys coming back with, and one of the other things that I would like to look is a way we could put on the bill, since we're now taking over some of that billing, is to show the customers how their debt is being paid off, in their bill. So that's one thing I would like to look at, is could be on the back of the bill or somewhere in the bill that we could put,
showing how it's directly paying off, and maybe changing the bill, because I don't know if that was the best way to break it down. In 2008, I think, is when they broke it out that way. Thank you.
Thank you. So just the last page here is really those next steps. And I think we've really kind of said it. If you go to page 28, aside from the observations, I think we should just maybe jump to page 29. I think we've talked about the observations. I think you know it. But the next steps is to think about, after this hopefully somewhat educational update, we want to ask you to, again, have any questions, any requests. I think we've heard them right here. Not sure I've heard anything definitive. If you want us to have some discussions with through Mr. Smolnick and talk to the treasurer and have a little sense of all that. If you do, fine. If not, that's your call. But the thinking is, as we end the fall and go into the winter, as I said, we want that third bullet point. We want to get the audits, understand what things look like, and then we have that ability to come back to you sometime in the winter before you get into your actual 2026 fiscal year plans and give you what is some information, and it may be some positive. It may not be as positive as you like. We'll see. To your point, Ms. Stroud, I think you said it best. You want to be careful to make sure we have some dollars. You want to be careful that we don't overdo it. But that doesn't mean we have to do it all in one year. We can also talk about doing this incrementally and set up some policies. And we've had something like that over the years where we said, hey, with some extra dollars, let's think about doing and paying down some debt. That's, again, it's your call as a board. Subsequent boards can ignore that, but you have that ability, and we can give you some insights as to some recommendations. So that's my presentation. I really do always enjoy coming here, and I appreciate it, and hopefully we'll get to do some more. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Anybody have any further questions?
I don't have any questions, sir. I'd like to thank you and also add that we have in this county, we're very blessed to have some incredibly intelligent people that work in the government as far north as DC and as close as Dahlgren that handle budgets like this on a daily basis, that handle this. So, it's not, difficult for them to understand. So whenever they look at what we do, they can generate some pretty articulate and good questions, so it's imperative that we have this information and are able to articulate that as well to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good holiday.
All righty. Next will be action items. 1113, Opticon system change order.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the Opticom system change order for the James Madison Parkway and Ridge Road traffic signal action item. The contractor installing the Opticom traffic preemption equipment at the traffic signal located at James Madison Parkway and Ridge Road is unable to complete the install due to finding the existing underground conduit is full. An additional underground conduit is needed to run the control wires and finish the installation. This is an unforeseen condition, and the county is responsible for the cost of this new conduit. The contractor is unable to install the Opticom system on this critical intersection without a new conduit. On February 7th, 2023, the King George Board of Supervisors approved the Opticom project and budget. Installation Opticom system was $265,877.91 with a contingency of $26,587. We are requesting to use the approved contingency funds to pay for the additional work. The attached is a quote from the vendor to do the conduit for $8,840. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions? All righty. Thank you, sir. Is there a motion?
I would make a motion. Make a motion to approve the transfer of $8,840 from the project contingency to project line.
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all those in favor by roll call. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All righty. Discussion item, vision and mission statement, Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. So I sent a proposed vision and mission statement out to the board members a few weeks ago and proposed that we vote on this to approve. Any edits that was provided back to me have been made. So this is the final version of it, and I'm asking that we take a vote to approve this as our county's vision and mission statement.
Do we have discussion?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
My question for Mr. Stroud is this to go in the comp plan, or is it the Board of Supervisors?
It's a board of supervisors. It's our vision and mission statement that's used by the economic development. It's used by the comp plan. Anybody, any of the boards or anybody that it provides, all the board members and anybody doing something for the county, what we are providing is a vision and mission for the county.
And why I ask that is because, and I'm going to say the word traditionally because that's the word I'm thinking of, is, and the classes that I've taken, that a mission and vision statement is part of the whole process of your comp plan and your strategic plan, and there's public input, because we're only here for 4 years, each of us to serve, maybe longer, but the citizens have input in the comp plan, and that's why I was wondering if this is the Board of Supervisors, or is this the county's mission and vision statement? Because this is a great start, but I think we need a little bit more work on this and further discussion and some citizen input.
It's really interesting that you bring that up tonight whenever you've had the last, almost 4 weeks to bring something up that I haven't received anything from you, not any comment.
I understand that, Mr. Stroud, apologize. I thought I mentioned it to you this past weekend, but I've got a lot on my plate. That doesn't excuse anything, but I don't know. I just think there needs to be public input, whether right or wrong. This is a mission statement for the whole county, and 5 of us should not do 100%, but it is the will of the board. Bad on me for not putting, I just think there should be some citizen input.
We were elected by the citizens to provide a vision and mission statement, and that's what we're doing.
I understand that, and I knew that would be the argument, but everything that I have learned in certified supervisor classes, VCU planning class, the actual blue VACO book that all of us have, say that the strategic and the comp plan needs to be a public process. And that's what I'm talking about.
Those are, but we're providing the vision and mission statement that they then execute off of, and they used to develop those documents.
That's fair, but shouldn't the discussion about this not be between us all in emails, but it should be out in the public forum in the arena?
Well, so this is for discussion.
Correct.
And so what Robert's rule says is you discuss it this time, which we are, and then next time you vote on it.
That's fair, but I had heard from Mr. Stroud he wanted to vote on it today, and I am not against his mission and vision statement. I do appreciate he came up with this, and this took a lot of thought. But I have a right to make my opinion and my comment, and that's my opinion and my comment.
Okay. It's the will of the board.
Let me ask if we have any thoughts about how do we approach the discussion of fixing this. So, if we approve it tonight, obviously my feedback will not be in this or can we have time and maybe filter it through Mr. Smolnik or?
So can I just ask, What's the matter?
I'm talking about the whole vision and mission statement. We voted on it today. Or are we saying not to vote it? I mean, I'm obviously the
I'm just
contrary person
asking,
up here.
Welcome to my world.
We've been there before.
So, you mentioned that you had some input on it, and I was curious what the input was. The vision, according to this, is to promote general welfare by maintaining rural county where all citizens can enjoy freedom and prosperity with limited government intrusion. And the mission statement is, our mission is to create and maintain a responsive local government that promotes rural life, civic engagement, financial responsibility, economic vitality, and we aim to protect our community, preserve our heritage, and anticipate future needs as well. Opportunities to make King George, Virginia the best place to live, raise a family, and own a business. The objectives are to promote financial responsibility and pay off municipal debt and bonds while maintaining our bond rating, optimize county infrastructure to ensure services and resources are supporting the taxpayers, to work in partnership with business to enhance the economic vitality of King George, Virginia, to ensure that growth is pursued with control and emphasis on maintaining rural life. What's the bone of contention?
Well, obviously, go ahead and vote because you're going to decide what to do. I wanted a little more. I'm going to just give out a couple of comments that I looked at it the other day and had. We have terms in here. There's no definition of terms, but I know in mission and vision statements, it's a mission and vision, and it's a little. I'm not explaining it well enough. There needs to. Never mind. Just go ahead.
Well, Ms. Bender, I would like to hear your input. If you would, don't get frustrated, just...
Well, I guess I'm a little frustrated because I've been spending a lot of time and for free of the service authority, and obviously this one has dropped through the ball and I looked over it a couple of times and I haven't been able to digest it. So I guess that's on me. So right now, I don't feel comfortable expressing what I'm thinking about now because I've spent so much time in the service authority, I haven't been able to wrap my head around it. So be it what it is, that's on me.
So,
Mr. Strout, you have a comment?
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. I do. Because I believe that Ms. Bender has been on the Board of Supervisors during the period from 2018 to 2023.
So now.
Okay. So during that time, I have in my hand a mission statement that was approved. The King George County will maintain a comprehensive economic development program, encourages controlled development, diverse revenue streams in order to manage our inevitable growth while preserving historical, cultural, and rural character of our community. Essentially the same. And though you were having difficulty describing what a vision statement is, this brief was given to you as a Board of Supervisor, and it identifies what a vision statement is, provides examples, and goes through all this. And that was during the
Correct,
2018
Mr. Stroud.
2023.
Correct, but do you know how that was developed? That was developed in a public process. The economic director was involved in it. They had several county meetings where they had whiteboards and little sticky notes to get the vision and mission statement. And yes, the supervisors came up in the end with a consolidation for that term, but there was a lot of public input to that process.
Really?
And
so was there a public vote?
So
there was a public vote.
Wait a minute. So go ahead with your comment, Ms. Bender. So we're having discussion, but we still have to go through the process of requesting to have the floor each time. So instead of back and forth, so
well,
go ahead,
I know.
Go ahead and make your comment.
I was reading, I know Mr. Stroud had from the comp plan, I did not bring the comp plan or the SWOT analysis, but I'm just saying what happened, and I knew this would be controversial when I brought it up. In 2018, 2019, this is the way it was done. I was new on the board. That is the way it was showed how to do, but I seen it is done usually all the time. That's the way the input is because we are only here for a certain amount of time. Yes, we are elected by the citizens on a mandate or whatever it is, but the citizens have a right to have a say in it also, in a public process. That is all I'm saying.
So my view on this discussion is this not what the citizens want? It appears that it is. From everything that I know in my core, I don't see anything missing except work here. Is the only word that's missing that I see.
The only thing I'm asking in the end was a little more discussion in a public forum. That is all I asked. Obviously, I'm the contrarian here. I'm trying to think of a better word, but that's okay. You can't always have 5 people thinking the one way. Do I agree with the majority of what's in here? Absolutely, 100%. I am just asking for one thing, and obviously that won't happen, but that's okay, because we're 5 different people, and we don't always are all 5 on the same 100% vote or 100% page, but there's a vision and mission statement that I think the majority of people here would like, so let's just roll with it.
So it's on discussion, so it can be action or it can be moved. I mean, it's on discussion. It can be put on action for the December 3rd meeting, or it can be, against my views on Robert's rules. You don't have discussion and action at the same meeting, but that's neither here nor there. So what's the will of the board? I say we go, my opinion is that I don't see there's anything wrong with this at all. And I think that we should, since it is discussion and it's been out in public, that we should go to action for next month. Mr. Stroud?
Sure, thank you. Part of the purpose of this is that I have not seen a vision and mission statement from the Board of Supervisors. They're embedded in other documents that are put out by other boards. But the senior element in the county is the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors should be the one, as those elected officials, that are providing a vision and mission statement. But historically, they've let other boards and other people, other elements of the county, non-elected officials, develop that. So the purpose of this is that we, as the leaders of the county, are providing the vision and mission statement. So I concur, sir, that we move forward with action on the next board meeting. Thank you.
Between now and the next board meeting, can any changes or suggestions be incorporated into this, or does it have to come back exactly as is?
Well, we're discussing it as is, and then next meeting when it comes for action, if there's any changes to it, then it can be done then.
Okay. In that case, I would like to make a recommendation on behalf of Mr. Stewart that on the mission statement on the bottom line there, where it says make King George, Virginia the best place to live, I would add the word work so that it reads the best place to live, work, raise a family, and own a business.
Okay.
I think that's a good suggestion.
So how about, so we bring it back to next meeting, is that yours? 2, 3. Alrighty. It was fun not to be the contrarian.
You always are.
Thank you so much. 11:15, new courthouse change order. This ought to be, the contrarian ought to come back on this one. Go ahead, sir, Mr. Smollett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. October, there was a presentation by Mosley and Branch Builds with a PCO 009. At that point in time, the requested change order totaled $148,798. A discussion ensued at that meeting, and the board directed the county attorney and myself to work with both Branch Builds and Mosley to negotiate and try to understand where all these charges are coming from and really, who approved them and how we got to where we are. The lion's share of that was if you can recall, the swipes, the key swipes on 13 doors and 16 locks is what it was. The initial change order request came in at $71,129. You heard from multiple different parties on meetings that were held, and we've gone back. Mr. Stewart and I have gone back, and I've gone back again to meet with the group. The basic consensus was no, the three parties are not going to agree on this. So what Mr. Dines has done, he reached out to YQ, who is they are the provider of the swipe that we have in the current administration building, and he received a quote for them. Now that quote is good, I believe, till February of 25. So the change order that's in front of you, the big changes, the key cards that were the main point of discussion have been pulled off. We're going to figure this one out separately. And what I've learned through my IT department is the contractors who do this type of install are very reluctant to go in now and to drill the doors from the side of the door through the door to install the equipment. So the original system that was going to be installed may not be the best system. So that's why Mr. Dines reached out to the vendor for the YQ. And that's set aside, but if we do move forward with that, that'll come back to the board. I know that was a savings of $13,244. But what's before you tonight, if you look on the left-hand column on the first page, it's PCO. If you scroll up, please, all the way to the top. Or maybe go down. I'm sorry, go down. There's a table. There you go. Oh. A little bit more. There's a table. Go to the table. Yes, please. Thank you. So change order 54. This is to relocate flat panel displays. Initially in October, this totaled $22,181 down to $16,227. Let's see here, the 55 is the next one. That is now at $17,937. Initially, that was at $26,386. This is where one of the monitors was, it was an incorrect measurement due to the step where the jury will be. The next one that was initially presented, change order number 056, was a power for pre-action compressors. This was something in my discussions, and we learned this was omitted from the plans. That was 11/4/22. That one went away, so that's no longer on the change order. So the next one on the change order is repair and replacement of vinyl tile cover base, and the next one down, owner furniture elevator operator use. So what we learned is this was our furniture vendor. They damaged, these are the rolling files that the circuit court uses. They went in, and after the floor was installed, they were putting in the bases, and they damaged the floor that the contractor had successfully installed undamaged. Our vendor came in and damaged the floor, and then I believe we was discussed in October until the elevator was turned over. There was the actually owner of the elevator needed to operate it, actually sit there and push the button up and down as our furniture movers used that elevator to move some of the equipment. So these two line items that are on here, this is something that we can recoup. We do need to go after, so we would pay it to branch, and then we would go after our, I think it's MO, I don't want to say the name because I'm not 100% correct, but we would go after our vendors to recoup this $12,000 plus or minus. So all in all, let's pull out the swipe cards. If you look at that October one, it was $77,679. Today we're down to $46,695, or a savings of $30,974 through our negotiations, with the understanding that now we're going to be able to recoup another $12,531. And then if we do decide to move forward with the YQ, that's another savings of $13,244. So we have this as a discussion item tonight. Mr. Stewart and I, sat with both entities, and then I sat with them by myself, and this is what we came up with. And some of the things that I requested was, if there are change orders where county staff requested them or said, go ahead and proceed, show me where that's at. And I saw the emails where, go ahead, and there's one more thing I'd like to add to this. So in my professional opinion, there were some instances where the county said, move forward with this. The other ones where I did not agree with them, it was, we'll eat part of the cost, which is why you see some of the reduction for relocating the flat panel displays and the courtroom monitor heights. and others of them were removed in their entirety. I'm sorry, the other one that was removed in entirety was there were twist lock outlets, 2285, that's gone altogether, and then adding stair nosing to the judge's benches for $2,864. That has been omitted since the October board meeting. So that's where we're at. I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board on this particular change order request.
I have none. Thank you, sir, I appreciate it. So I just want to make sure, I know that we're negotiating this out, but just on this topic, but off a little bit, with all the nicks and damage and all the bad work that's been done in the courthouse that we've noticed, are we gonna have to go through this same negotiating process with them on repairing the stuff that needs to be fixed?
So we had a final walkthrough. It was about a week and a half ago. We had a team. I know Mr. Collins was part of that. He showed up, as was Ms. Bender, and we walked through and we noted. I mean, and I told my team, I said, you look for every scratch, every dent, any ding that you see, and mark it up. So there is a lengthy list of it's a punch list for interior and exterior finishes that need to be corrected prior to us taking this building. And there was a request that where probably 2 weeks ago, Mosley and Branch were requesting substantial completion from the county. Now, per AIA standards, substantial completion, and I sent it right to them, is defined as when a building can be turned over to the occupant or used for its intended purpose. At that point, it was a Friday afternoon where they requested that. I went with the building official. I said, do not issue a CO for this. A certificate of occupancy is really the last, I say, bit of leverage that the county has. And then at that point, I said, we're not even issuing substantial completion. There were some instances of that building where it could not be used for its intended use, nor could it be turned over to the county. So we are holding their feet to the fire, Mr. Davis. You know, they've asked for substantial completion. We've held back on that, and we do have a substantial punch list that they are currently working on right now.
Yeah, thank you, and I say that because I don't want to pay this off and then go through a fighting spat with some of the things that we need to be fixed in there. I don't know if it's what should come first, the cart or the horse type deal, you know, and this type of deal.
But the change orders are, you know, this is work that has already been done along the way. You know, I guess the punch list are items yet to be resolved. And, you know, the direction to my staff was, we're not issuing give them the checkbox for a CO until all those works have been done. And then there's a warranty period also on this. So you know, even when a CO is issued, there's still a warranty on you know, the different components of the building. But as far as a dented door or scratch paint, yeah, we're taking care of that right now.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, I know when we walked through it, I was disappointed. I mean, there was paint on the rug, there was cuts in the door. But one of the things I was shocked at is there were desks that looks like somebody had opened the box and scratched the top of the desk. So I just want that to know is, I know Mr. Collins and I showed up to go through, but it was disappointing of the amount of money we've spent that there was these errors that shouldn't have been there. You know what I mean? Cutting up a desk in furniture, that paint on the rug, that's ridiculous.
So the negotiation down for the change orders, so I still don't want to pay for relocation, 54, 55. So I understand you did negotiate.
We took it from, what we at, $48,000 down to 34,000.
So the architect is really the one that should have the responsibility, because they design courthouses according to Mr. Bell all the time, and they put the Branch put the stuff in where they were told to put it in. So sometimes people make mistakes and they got to pay for those mistakes, just like everyone else.
Mr. Collins, too, from my understanding, the Virginia Supreme Court decides some of this stuff. So if you, correct? So there's probably a standard for that.
Well, just going on just simple everyday logic, you're not going to have jury with a TV in the back of their head.
Well, I'm agreeing with you that, you know, if you design firehouses all the day, every day, that should be just a standard if there's a standard.
So if you recall, the same company designed the middle school and there were 10 million overages there. Same thing. So again, we'll accept their faulty work. I'm not willing to accept their faulty work. The architect. What's y'all's view? Yes, sir.
So I'm not real keen on paying for it either, but is this some of the stuff that you said that you have emails or something that indicate that we told them that they're okay with it? I mean, do we have a legal leg to stand on here?
You know, based on what I see as far as the relocating the flat panel displays, yes, I believe that was a discussion, what I can deduce from the email correspondence from county staff members to move forward with it. The courtroom monitor heights, I'm not certain on that. That's why, you know, that's been the first thing that we learned of was, what we heard was we measured wrong on one of them. So that's why 25% of that cost went away, because they measured wrong, because they did not account for the height of the jury box.
So I don't get 25% off when I measure wrong.
Yeah, that was branch.
You know what I mean? When I measure wrong, I don't get 25% off. So, I mean, you got to hold these folks accountable, I think. Or am I the only one that thinks that way?
I concur.
Concur.
I'll concur. You don't get to be the contrarian this time.
So
I concur.
So this is on discussion again.
So yeah, these are, I mean, this is a change order that would go to a payout per branch. But my understanding, what I'm understanding is maybe is the frustration with the architect.
So the contractor can only do what's on the plans and what's called for. So if the plans are wrong and Branch did the work, they're not culpable for that work in general. I mean, there should be a little bit of common sense when you start framing out a jury box and so forth. That TV is right there in the head, but you know that should have been. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sullivan. Go ahead.
Hang on. So the point that I was going to make is that if the plans are accurate and Branch measured wrong, then this is all Branch's fault. They need to eat this. If the plans are incorrect and Branch still measured wrong, then they can argue it among themselves, but it's still not our problem. On the one item, the movement of the flat panel monitors, I mean, if they have emails from county officials that say go ahead and go with it, I'm afraid we don't have much room that we can work with on that. But when they've already, on the other item though, if they've admitted that there was fault somewhere on the other end, they need to eat that cost.
Mr. Stroud.
Mr. Chairman.
Can I get Mr. Stroud first?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Yeah, I was going to say that under this contract, I thought that, and Mr. Young's still here, he could help me with it, but this contract vehicle was put into place so that the county wasn't liable. Basically, the architect bore the risk for that, I believe, correct?
Mr. Young, come on up and address that question if you can.
Yes, sir. I am not an expert in this contract deliverable, but contract method, but I think that is true to an extent. So,
Mr. Stewart?
I just want to make sure we have a clear understanding of what the board wants. If I understand this correctly, these are change orders supplied by branch, and they're requesting payment. And I believe that they have, at least in the meeting that I had with them, they initially deducted everything that they agreed was their responsibility. I think that's right, isn't it, Mr. Smolnick? It was Mosley that wasn't willing to chip in. And that may have changed, but I don't think it did.
Well, I think some of those things, they did go away after the meeting that Mr. Stewart and I had. That was the 11,422 for the pre-action compressors, and then the twist locks in the IT rooms, $2,285.
All right, so they did
So
ultimately accept.
that is gone.
I guess.
And who's paying for it? I don't know. I know the county's not paying for it.
Do you want us to withhold the payment to branch? Or do you want to pay branch and then seek reimbursement from Mosley? I just want to understand what you want us to do.
I think what would help us, because none of us really want to pay for something we feel like isn't our fault. So if we knew contractually what we were contractually liable for, then that would help in the decision process, because the contract was put into place long before some of us were ever on the board. So we really don't have any, if we're held contractually to it, then we, like it or not, it's a contract. So that's what we would need to know. If we're not required contractually to pay it, then we shouldn't pay it. That's my cut on it.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I spoke about it the last time we brought this up. It's what I said. Was, I mean, if it's something that is our responsibility, falls on us, then it's ours. But if it's in a circumstance like this, I don't feel like it is.
Ms. Bender?
Agree.
Yeah, I agree. I like the way Mr. Stroud summed it up.
All right. So, the board, if we are contractually obligated to do it, then we'll pay for it. If not, we don't want to pay for it.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, this is as a discussion item at this current meeting. I've got some homework to do. Come back to you at the next meeting.
All right. Thank you, sir. Did you have anything else for your report?
Yes. Well, I have my county administrator's report as the next item on the agenda, sir.
Okay.
So, first of all, so thank you for the appointments tonight to the EDA and the Wetlands Board. In your packet, there's a list of upcoming appointments who will be expiring and/or existing vacancies. On top of that, I know Ms. Fish put together a nice list of every single board and commission in the county for you all. The individual who's in that seat, if there is not a vacancy, when their term ends. Please look at this and reach out to your constituents to let's fill these vacancies and get some good people on these boards. And if you're happy with the people who are on the existing boards as they come along, just be prepared to reappoint them. So I appreciate your attention to this and appreciate Ms. Fish's getting this together for the board members. Next item is Fox's Way. So this item was, we were actually in this room, I believe it was June. The board directed me to engage with VDOT to see if VDOT would take Fox's Way into the state system. As a refresher, this Fox's Way was part of the high school construction. I believe it was 2005, 2008 timeframe. Please forgive me for not knowing when the Fox's Way was constructed. It was quite some time ago. At the June meeting, so if the road could not be taken to the state system, then the county we could probably work with Heritage Hall to maybe grant them an easement to Route 3. The general consensus, and I went back when this was discussed at the October 15th meeting with Mr. Beal at the podium, general consensus from the board was, let's try to have Fox's Way taken into the state system. So between the June and the October meeting, as you know, VDOT walked the road, created a punch list, said the road needed to be overlaid with asphalt with a cost estimate of $87,000. So this was the discussion that Mr. Beal had with us on October 15. And he said we could use our telefees to pay for this overlay. So VDOT is going to be paving Route 3 in this area in 2026. And after the October 15th meeting, Mr. Beal reached out to me, says, Matt, has your board made a decision on how they want to proceed with Fox's Way so that we can, if they do want to pave it whenever we're out there on Route 3 to limit the mobilization, I kind of like to know so we can, get this on the 2026 paving schedule. So I've passed this information along the board on my Friday reports, really looking for some direction from the board. My recommendation, thinking about this, if the county maintains if we just grant an easement, the county owns Fox's Way in perpetuity. So we're going to have to pave this road, in a couple of years, and then another 15 years, and we're paving it again, and the costs are only going to go up. Now, I believe this occurred, this road should have been taken into the VDOT system. It never was. So, that's an issue that we're trying to fix. You look at I had a talk with Mr. Lemon today. You try to figure out how many, trips per day are on that Fox's Way for Heritage Hall versus the school. What percentage of heavy vehicles use that road? It's going to tip in favor of the county. So I'm not, I'm going to tell the board what to do, but my recommendation, pay for it once and be done with it, rather than having to maintain a road in perpetuity that's used, mainly by the county. So my recommendation would be to use the telefees. Mr. Beal said that it's approximately 1 year's worth of fees to pay for the overlay and then get it into the system. I'll be happy to act any way the board wants to do, but I'm just looking for some direction so I can give Mr. Beal whether or not this goes on the paving schedule for 2026. I'm open for discussion, open for any ideas from the board.
All righty, we're getting ready to give you a decision. What do y'all think?
Oh, can I just make a comment on what Mr. Smolnik had said first? As someone who drops their kid off every morning, the majority of the traffic is a lot. And surprisingly, there are some people who drop off their kids in big trucks, especially cargo trucks. And so we do use a lot. And I do remember, Mr. Collins, I don't know if you were on the school board then when the high school was built. Well, hold on, let me finish. Then the field was put there later, and you might have been on the board when the field was put in. Heritage Hall actually made concessions to allow, because they were concerned about the football field being there with their residents that might have PTSD or have dementia or that, and they made some concessions. So I don't know what happened back then. It might have been a handshake way back in the day. I kind of agree that what your suggestion was. Use the telefees.
And there's one other important, so Mr. Beal said on October 15th that they would accept the road into the system now with an agreement that we would pay for it and use the telefees later on next year.
Mr. Chair, are we looking to move towards a vote?
Yes, we need to give him clear direction.
Yes, sir. Then I would move that I concur with Mr. Smolnik's recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Davis?
I concur with that.
Mr. Sullins?
I also concur.
Ms. Bender? And I do so. All. There you go on that.
So I will work with VDOT on getting that road into the system now, work in agreement with Mr. Stewart for the paving using telefees. Thank you, board. Next item is legislative agenda. So I know there were some discussions we had out at VACO and in some of the previous localities in which I worked where the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of your constituents, worked with your constituents, put together a legislative agenda, 6, 8 topics that were of key importance to the King George residents. It passed this by formal resolution and sent it on to our legislators so that our legislators had something in hand formally from the Board of Supervisors to say, this is what's important, let me focus on this. And based on some of my research, I have not seen that at King George, and I was wondering if that's something that you all would like to do to give our legislators some clear direction on what topics are important as the General Assembly is going to be convening here in January of 25. Looking for some feedback from the board on that.
I think it's important. Most localities do it.
Okay, Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir. I think that it would be good for us to provide some topics that are important to us.
Mr. Sullivan?
I think it's a great idea. I'm not sure how we go about doing it to make sure we have proper representation and instead of just the five of us, but I think it's a great idea.
Mr. Davis?
Agree.
All righty. So could you get together that for us, for that's specific to King George?
Well, do you all want to, and I think you understand your constituents better than I do. You know, and I know some of the topics. I'm still newer to this county, understanding everything. Is this something, and we can work together on this, but I want to make sure that you as 5 board members, you know, have your topics represent that your constituents want. I can put something on paper, but I want to make sure you guys and the residents are covered.
So
obviously we don't want this to be a novel, but I mean, do we have an idea how many items we're talking about?
You know, what I've seen are, you know, five to 7 topics.
Okay.
That's traditionally what I've seen.
So also on that same vein, Mr. Smolnick, can we put together requests to our representatives for what type of projects we could be using some assistance with? Financial assistance?
Okay. And I think by developing some of these legislative priorities at the county, if our legislators know that this is something, you know, that we're interested in, that can be their kind of their target to sniff around and see if there are funds that could help us out. So I think, you know, that's a key part of the legislative agenda approved by this board, to identify funds to help us.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. A couple more items. So following last board's meeting, I've really been meeting with community development staff, and then with Mr. Stewart. Ms. Leduc and I met on Friday afternoon, looking at, and this is as a follow-up to the text amendments for the agricultural zoning districts. So, you know, these will, you know, staff is already working on those. However, we're looking at the workload, and there's a workload diagram that we got to staff, and that'll be, you know, a public document. Planning and zoning right now, if our community development is looking at, I think they've got, I want to say 8 public hearings scheduled. So we are going to be inundated with public hearings early 25. So Ms. Leduc, you know, has looked at some of the public hearing requirements. The first thing I want to talk about is, you know, the posting of the public hearing on the property, section 310.3 of the county code. So the way it's written right now, these are not, well, this is not part of state code. State code requires you to send APO letters and to put in newspapers of general circulation. Now, best practice of all localities I've seen, they do post the signs on the property. Looking at King George requirements, and I'm thinking of, you know, with all the work that's going to be going into these public hearings, I want to make sure that there's no wasted efforts or time on county staff's time or the Board of Supervisors or the citizens. So just 310.3, posting notice on properties. This is a requirement as it's currently written. The public hearing, the word public hearing shall be in Calibri font and standard orange no less than 3.5 inches. Supported by a 4x4 poster equivalent, 3 to 6 feet above in height, 1 sign for every 200 feet of road frontage. So looking at this, if a rezoning went through and somebody said, you know what, those letters are only 3 inches or 3.25 inches, it doesn't comply with county code. Is this a redo? Is this a waste of staff's time? Now, I've never seen in a local code specifying the font, the size, you know, and literally every 200 feet. We've got a solar farm coming in at 1,000 acres. You know, they could be, we could see hundreds and hundreds of signs as you go every 200 feet down the road. So that's one area where the 3 of us, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Leduc, and myself, said this may be one we want to look at now, and roll this into the size for the ag districts. Second of all are access points, and this is something that I faced as when I was the subdivision agent. Whenever you're looking at, and I think this was due to what I understand was, the code being, I guess, pushed through and maybe some changes, not being thought of. Section 1036 talks about driveways. So this is for major subdivisions. The way the code reads right now for access points, anywhere from 6 to 35 lots. So if somebody's coming in with a 35 lot subdivision, the way the code reads is the minimum number of access points is 1. So I had somebody says, so Matt, I can put 35 driveways along one stretch of the road. Technically, you can't. The word minimum should have been maximum. This is I think this is a key thing, in working with these subdivisions that we've got in right now. This is a major issue. You definitely don't want 36 driveways along the road, and that's what our code is telling them to do. And lastly, there was a request that I brought to the board, and the board decided to table action on it. This was a request for the block length, if you can remember. And at that point in time, the board said, Matt, why don't you postpone this? Now, we do have, when it was deemed complete, we have 1 year to act on it. Since that time, my staff has been asked by the developer, asked by other attorneys at this law firm. It seems like every week, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? So in our conversation, does the board just want to take this up for action and act on it right now, one way or the other? Or do we, continue tell the developers and agents, what seems like, maybe a couple times a week, we're not going to handle it and return those phone calls? Again, is this the best use of staff's time? In my opinion, it's not, from what we're seeing here. So, question for the board is, in addition to the 3 code amendments, or the code amendments for the size of the lots, would you be willing to move some of these forward sooner rather than later? If so, I have an initiating resolution in front of you. You can consider all 3 of them. You can consider none of them, or some of them in part. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is just something that is come to light here as you really started looking at the code following last month's board meeting, and then also knowing that we've got all these public hearings coming up.
So I would like to give you comment on the signs.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add one thing to Mr. Smolnick? The sign issue, that provision section is also unclear as to what the county's responsibility is and the applicant's responsibility. So at a minimum, we need to clear that up. It talks about the applicant putting out the signs and then the county signing an affidavit. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And so that was why that one needed to come along. The sign issue is collateral to the actual responsibilities of the 2 parties. And then the entrance is pretty imperative, because you have a number of by right subdivisions that people are trying to get approved, and that literally is just where you put a plat in to community development, and if you've checked all the boxes under the code, you get approved. And right now, they made a mistake in that. There's no question that that's a typo, and it should have been maximum instead of minimum. Should have been maximum rather than minimum. And those points of interruption in the highway are pretty critical. So that's why we felt like these needed to come to you now rather than wait, because if we wait, some things may fall through the crack.
So on the signs, so the reason, so it should be the applicant's responsibility to put up signs. So to me, that'd be pretty clear. But as far as the signs, how far apart and what they say, the reason why that was done was because at one point in time over on Fort Conway, and I observed this myself while I was on the board, there was one sign that announced a solar project that you couldn't read it. One sign. So then when it came in front of the Board of Supervisors, citizens were saying, we didn't know about it. And I would say that would be pretty accurate, because in order to read that sign, you'd have to stop in the middle of the highway, get out of your car, and then go across and read the sign. So when these folks up here at AWS, when they did their signs, that's why it says what the font needs to be, so people, contact us right away. We got a swath of phone calls because of the signage. Now, I understand, like, the one in Potomac Landing, when they did that, the signs every, whatever feet it was, going down the hill, it must have been, I don't know, 200 signs on one road going down. But,
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
request to be recognized.
Sir.
So if I'm correct, Mr. Stewart, Sands Anderson writes the state zoning code, so the state's zoning requirements, they're written by Sands Anderson, or at least it's there. The state sets the signs, that stipulation.
The state, no, Sands Anderson does not write any state code at all. The legislature writes that with the assistance of legislative services, and Sands Anderson has nothing to do with that.
So the signs, as far as the possible development is, so a state sign has to be, that's done by the legislature. There's laws that say that a sign has to be this big and it has to be, look like this, and for each type of sign. But this is an ordinance for King George so they can be visible to the public and be able to read it.
The state code sets the minimum standards. Off the top of my head, I did not go look at that. I don't believe the state mandates you post a sign.
Right. I'm talking about these particular type of signs.
I'm not even sure they say you have to put a sign up on a rezoning. But I've never in my 30-some years seen a jurisdiction that didn't require you to put up a sign. I think what Mr. Smolnik was just saying, there may need to be a little bit more flexibility. Rather than saying it has to be 3.5 inches, it should be a minimum. And then if it's 5 inches, it doesn't matter. You don't want it to be smaller. But if it's bigger, technically somebody could file an appeal to a zoning action, and then you got to go to court over it. So I'm assuming, I think that's really, they want to make this more user-friendly so that the citizens still know, but it's much more appeal-proof.
So yes, I understand that, a minimum of size and a minimum of distance between signs, so you can see them. Because if, one rezoning, if they're only required to put up 2 signs, you could put it on a road that's not even well-traveled, where people couldn't see the signs. So when they started putting up the signs along Route 3 is when we got all the feedback. But if you would have put it down the dump road, I guarantee you wouldn't have got as much feedback. So I don't mind a minimum, but I don't want to take away the distances or the minimums. What's y'all's view?
I think what it was I was thinking of is Sands Anderson was the one that taught the class when I went to that zoning course, and I don't remember what the requirements are, but I remember there was discussion on that because there was slides that said that. I can pull those up and provide them to you, sir, hopefully tomorrow, but I can get them to you. I remember they set some kind of requirements on it at a minimum, but I support that it be changed so that it's clear as to what we do and that we meet the minimum requirement. I also support that change, that edit to the zoning that was mentioned regarding the entrances off the highway.
Yes, the entrance in a highway, I agree, because that could be dangerous in some areas, having too many entrances onto the highway. And I would just like a little more clarification on the signs. Is there something that Mr. Stewart recommends that, because we don't want too many signs, but we do want to make sure it's properly signed so that the citizens can see when there's going to be a public hearing? Because I do remember from AWS, we even had some citizens reach out to us asking that the signs be tilted so that they could see them better instead of being flush onto the fences.
So, Mr. Davis?
This is the resolution. Is that right, Mr. Smoke, that you presented?
That's an initiating resolution, should the board want to take any action on these,
Well, so
or direct staff to take action on them. That's
we're not going to do it tonight. You give us this information, then we make a decision on it tonight.
So I think this would be similar to, it's the same situation where we talked about the size, minimum lot size. This is just to direct staff to look at it, to move forward with it. We did that in one meeting in October, just to look and directed staff to, and you guys gave us specific acreages for the agricultural districts.
But it doesn't need to be a resolution tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the only one that I think is really critical from a time standpoint is the one regarding the entrances on by right subdivisions, where it says there was a typo and it reads minimum and it should say maximum.
So everybody agrees that?
Of access.
I agree on that.
So that one needs to be tended to.
So that'll be tended to, Mr. Sullins? Somebody else agree, that's one.
So then you would just
Tended that.
adopt that part of Mr. Smolnik's resolution directing staff and the planning commission to take this up.
I'll make a motion to do exactly what Mr. Stewart had just mentioned.
Second. Is there a second? Second. Second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Two more quick items, Mr. Chairman. One of them I already talked about, and the master water plan was part of my director's, county administrator's report here for the Board of Supervisors. So just as a refresher, this is the study that was done by Bowman for the water. 7 to 8 month time frame, $80,220. Should the board want to direct us, it would be my recommendation the board authorize the county administrator to enter into an agreement with Bowman in the amount of $80,220 to develop a water system master plan per the proposal dated November 14, 2024, subject to review and approval by the interim county attorney.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
I have a question.
Sir.
Bowman is.
Wait, just 1 second, Mr. Stroud. So it's been seconded, discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. Is this Bowman Consulting, the same Bowman Consulting that does the, all the Amazon, planning and such? The same one?
I'm not sure who did
For AWS?
who did Bowman or who did AWS. I know Bowman has a Fredericksburg office. This would be the Williamsburg office. The Williamsburg office specializes in water modeling and water master plans. So I can't speak to who did the AWS work.
So, all right. So, it was seconded. I roll call. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins? Aye. Ms. Binder?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And then one last thing, Mr. Chairman, this is for all the citizens watching or who will be watching this. This upcoming Friday, and I've talked to the board members about this, the county employees will be attending an event on Friday, November 22nd, between the hours of 12 and 2. So there may be some limited services here at the county. Just wanted to let the public, be aware of this. I encourage all citizens to either call the office in advance, coming for selective services at the county offices, and or maybe come outside that, the 2 or 12 to 2 o'clock time frame. So it's not going to be a complete outage, but there may be some holes and some key personnel may be in and out of the office. I just want to make the citizens aware of this as early as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. On your report, 1116, I noticed the BZA, and it says Code of Virginia, but I was a little taken aback recently watching the Board of Zoning Appeals on a case in regards to allowing an applicant to build in the RPA for a garage, a certain amount of feet. And, I think it needs to come in front of the board because that, is gonna open a floodgate of problems if we don't address this issue.
So yes, Mr. Chairman, the Board of Zoning Appeals did approve a variance to allow an encroachment. This was about an 8.5-hour, three-night case. We do have an item on the closed session to talk about this with the Board of Supervisors, but this.
Okay, thank you. The next thing is, Ms. Bender, you said you had some information on all points.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for entertaining this. I did speak to Mr. Tom Innes. He was leaving the homestead as I was coming in the one day, and I asked him to send me an update, and he sent me one during the meeting. Just for the citizens out there, they have released sales to all locations within the Vati project in King George County to be eligible to sign up for service. They are currently running a promotion for new customers who sign up before the end of the year to receive a $100 Visa gift card. There's a promo code online. And they continue to receive inquiries for service to locations not in the original Vati project, new construction, previously ineligible, don't want cable, etc., and plan to offer them service beginning in January. Those non-Vati locations who have provided contact information through allpointsbroadbandfiber.com, apbfiber.com, will be connected and asked to complete the onboarding process to get installed. And they are conducting the final testing and activation of one network section between Lancaster and Northumberland counties before processing the Vati closeout. And then there's been many mention of BEAD. It's another program that's coming out. DHCD has published the tentative list of BEAD eligible locations across Virginia, and we have begun the design process for King George and would like to meet with county representatives as soon as the location list. So I will pass this information on to you, Mr. Smolnik, and I'll send it to Ms. Fish so she can send it out to the rest of the board. Thank you.
All righty. Is there any questions for Mr. Smolnik? Seeing none, all righty. We will now, so can we read both closed sessions and then call in?
Mr. Chairman, do you want to do Mr. Clark's first?
Yes, he's the most expensive.
I'm gonna be here for a while, so.
That's fine. Do we need to come back in and then go back? Okay. That's a fact. All righty. Let's do Walnut Hill first. Can somebody read the call? What? I missed something? Nobody left. Secondary public comment. Does anyone like to make public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
None. Is there anybody online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Todd Fairfax, James Madison District. Regarding All Points Broadband, I would like to make a comment. We recently received All Points Broadband trenched to our home. It's been tremendous. I'm very pleased with the service. I think it's well worth the wait and well worth the monthly fee. And to that end, I am noticing large bundles of fiber being trenched on both the eastbound and westbound sides of Kings Highway, from the Muddy Creek Bridge all the way towards Farley Vale. I would like to know what is behind all of that, who is putting that in, and more importantly, what can be done to make sure that the trenching of those large bundles of fiber don't disturb the All Points broadband fibers that have already been put in place. I believe that's something that the county needs to be aware of, that whatever trenching is taking place for those large bundles of fiber are potentially putting at risk the All Points broadband fiber that's been trenched. And I would certainly like to see that myself and anybody else who is having good service with All Points Broadband not have that interrupted by whatever this large trenching evolution is. Thank you.
Mr. Fairfax, it's so good to hear from you again. I would like to know the same answer to that question, because it looks like, what it looks like to me is there's a large data coming down both sides, and it looks like it's stopping in Sealston. Seems a little odd. So, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Public comment, sir? So
There we go.
So people at home couldn't hear what you said then.
Okay.
So go ahead.
James Shaw, James Monroe District. I'm in contact with a number of the data center people who are competing for coming into the county here. And in my discussions with them, the two sets of data lines that are going on either side of Route 3 are to provide fiber to any and all of those data centers that might be locating in that part of the county. The reason they're doing both sides of the road is for a redundancy and backup purposes, and also so that they can access properties on either side of the road without having to cross 3. So that's where that comes from.
Thank you, sir. So, could you find out who's putting them in?
Yes, sir.
And what? Well, do the best you can. Alrighty. I bet it's Miss Fairfax.
You can go ahead.
Debbie Fairfax, James Madison District. Also, I just wanted to check about what easement were those cables being placed in, and what obligation to notify, if any, which may not exist with an easement, the residents. And just for situational awareness, they will probably reach in front of our house within the next 2 days. So it's a matter of a certain amount of, I don't know if urgency is the right word, but haste needs to be made, just so that, I mean, there are students and workers from home who use this fiber broadband that we've waited a long time to receive. So I just appreciate if any help that the county could give. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fairfax. It's good to hear from you too. All righty, we're gonna give Mr. Smolnick the direction. So, Walnut Hill, closed session. Can somebody read the call, please?
Walnut Hill. Pursuant to State Code Section 2.23711A7, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene to close session for discussion of Walnut Hill with legal counsel and briefings by staff members, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiation or litigating posture of the public body. I invite the county administrator and the assistant commonwealth's attorney as needed because they are deemed necessary and/or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Probably second. Is there any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Chair votes aye. We are now in closed session.
Are you ready?
Anybody here?
All right.
Mr. Smolnick?
I invite the county administrator, oh, wait a minute, hold on. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting and certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting and no action was taken.
Second. Properly second.
So
Any
certified.
discussion?
So certified.
So certified.
Let's open it back up. Certified.
There we go.
All right. Now you confused me again, y'all. Thank you. So we're open and we're certified and I certify. So now, Ms. Bender, you have a motion on extending the meeting?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting past our 10 p.m. deadline.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Contrary. Bill had to be contrary.
Chair votes aye.
So do you want me to go to the next one? Which one do you want to go first, the landfill or the BZA?
Oh, you can see the BZA.
One of the landfill,
Let's do
since
the
Mike
landfill
is
because
standing there.
He's waiting for us.
Standing there waiting on us.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene to close session pursuant to State Code Section 2.23711A8 for consultation with legal counsel regarding the landfill agreement. I invite the county administrator, interim county attorney, and the director of solid waste and recycling as needed because their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Is there a second? Second. Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. We are now in closed session again.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting and certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting and no action was taken.
Second. Properly second.
So certified.
We certify it and open it and make it again. Certified.
So certified.
Mr. Davis?
So certified.
All right. We are now in open session.
And ready for number 3. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene to closed session pursuant to State Code Section 2.23711A8 for consultation with legal counsel regarding a recent BZA decision. I invite the county administrator and the interim county attorney as needed because the presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Second. Properly second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. We're now in closed session again.
Yeah, this is, I have this.
All righty, we only got 2 more closed sessions.
All right, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting and certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such business matters were identified in the motion convening the closed session meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting and no action was taken.
Second. Properly second. All those in favor? I'm going to certify. All those in favor? Aye. Chair votes aye. Now certification, Mr. Davis. So certified. Mr. Stroud. So certified. Bender. Mr. Sullins. So certified. I certify. Next motion.
Motion to return to open meeting. No, adjourn. Motion to adjourn to Tuesday, December the 3rd, 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom at the Rubicon Building.
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. Aye. Mr. Davis, what was your vote? Aye. Okay. All right, we are now adjourned. Thank you so much.